What up? What up? Welcome back to the channel. I'm Mo J. This is the Mo you know, the Daily Diddy, or is it Diddy Day 29? Well, it looks like this is going to be the last day of trial. And then from here, we'll rest and we'll do closing arguments on Thursday. What up, D? I said that day one guilty. On to the next person. What's up, Lee? All right, we're going to see. We're going to see. Again, I'm not here to say if Diddy's innocent or guilty. I'm just going over the crimes that they say he committed and aligning it to the crimes and the charges that are provided for him. But, hey, man, we shall see. We shall see. Do I think he's going down? Yeah, I think he's getting at least 30. But, again, it's not on me. I'm just saying from what I've seen. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. I really don't care. But yeah, so we're here. This is gonna be the last day. They said they will be done today. And then remember, closing arguments will be on Thursday. So closing arguments will be on Thursday, 4 hours apiece for the prosecution and for the defense. They'll go ahead after today, after this last witness goes, if there is a redirect. Then the defense, they will file the Rule 29, which is going to submit this whole case to the judge. And this is going to be a potential acquittal. If the judge goes over it and says there's not enough evidence, well, significant enough evidence, then he'll go ahead and dismiss it. But I don't think he will. So, yeah, that's where we're at today. And we'll just be going over more of the timelines. The prosecution, they did what they were supposed to do with the special agent. So now we do have the defense up here, and that's where we're at right now. So go ahead, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Again, I'm Mo J. We've been covering this trial for over 158 hours. Today we'll hit the 160-hour mark. Hopefully they'll do closing arguments on Thursday and they can get this trial done by Friday so it doesn't roll over into our 4th of July weekend. But we'll see where that goes. We'll see where that goes. Just don't do any crimes, guys. We'll be over on Inner City Press on Twitter. And then also CNN will be giving us the live updates. Well, they'll be giving us the more in-depth updates. Inner City Press will give us the quick updates. But remember, it's going to be slow today. For the simple fact, a lot of stuff is on the screens. So the screens are going to be turned off. So we'll just have to wait and hear. Like most of the stuff we won't be able to hear. We'll just have to wait and get him to give us a description of it. The defense is up here. So that's the lens we're going to be looking at it through, trying to figure out what's the defense's game plan. Because the defense isn't calling up any witnesses. That means they either A, are very, very confident that, you know, they'll be able to make it through. Or I think they might have that Trump in the back pocket. Like, oh, well, go through the trial. Trump he'll pardon us. So it's like it doesn't matter. We don't need to waste no time. We done already set that deal up behind the scenes. But we shall see. I mean, I've never heard anyone just say we're not gonna call any witnesses. What up, Torian? You know what I mean? We're just not gonna call any witnesses and we're just gonna call it a day. NL, what's going on? Let me see what we got here. I tell you one thing for sure. Well, Monkey ain't gonna stop the show. CNN lowers Coates examines why Diddy didn't testify in the latest trial in the podcast. All right. Oh, well, they want us to actually go. I thought they was gonna give us the actual. Let me see. The end is in sight. The federal crime trial against Diddy. CNN entertainment correspondent Elizabeth Wagmeister brings us her big scoop of the day. Combs himself won't testify, she explains, but experts say it is a reason. Yeah, he don't want to get caught up in the cross. Then Lauren Coates catches up on BBC. The host of the Diddy trial, blah, blah, blah. What's worked in his favor and where it might. Yes, I thought they was going to give us a little bit of a sneak peek. We're not about to go over there and listen to that. Let's see. Prosecutors are expected to arrest their case today. So we'll be waiting on the defense. Prosecutor's last witness, HSI Special Agent Joseph, is expected to continue his testimony this morning. Defense attorney Tina Garagos said yesterday that she was about an hour and 15 minutes away of additional questioning this morning. The defense has indicated it intends to start and end this case today after Joseph finishes testifying. Closing arguments are expected to run Thursday and Friday. And then remember, after they get him off, I think they're going to go ahead and submit that Rule 29 because they don't have any witnesses. So they'll submit the Rule 29. The judge will probably look over it today. So we might have a short day today. And then tomorrow on Wednesday, they're supposed to have their little conference amongst the two. Thursday, closing arguments, 4 hours. And then in between, they'll read off the juror instructions so they can understand what they're supposed to be. I was going to say grading, what they're supposed to be judging them off of. You know, they say no man can judge me. That's a lie. A judge can judge you, and 12 of your peers can judge you. So don't ever think no one can judge you because people can judge you and they will judge you. So that's where we're at today. So it's going to probably be a slow couple of days today, tomorrow. Thursday is going to be extremely boring. We're going to be listening to everything that we've heard over the last 7 weeks. So we'll probably be just jumping in and out on different topics and articles and things of that nature while we're here. What up, Kendall? Yeah, so that's where we're at. Let me try to find the Diddy. So we got the verdict sheets. I think they got a photo over here. It's on Hot New Hip Hop, hotnewhiphop.com. I thought they had it on here. Oh, see, as soon as we get on here, the internet start acting up. So it's on the Diddy docket. All right, we'll go to the Diddy docket. I think they got it. I think we're following the Diddy docket. Man, I ain't gonna lie, this is a fast ass 2 months we've been covering this damn trial.
29 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs trial, and we're going in to cover it. Today, the defense case should begin. It should begin. The cross-examination of the U.S.'s final witness, Agent Cerciello, will continue. There were a lot of explicit videos shown. There were a lot of exhibits not shown on the screen yesterday. And today we'll finish, apparently with an hour and 15, according to Tenny Garagos, who's ended up doing most of the cross-examinations in this case. Then the jury will be let out for a bit for a Rule 29 motion. This takes place in every single trial once the government rests. The judge will rule on it. He's already sort of predicted. Again, you can't say. The odds of Rule 29 being granted seem quite low to me. But you just never know. And then the defense case will begin. But it's going to be short. And it seems that tomorrow will be the charge conference, i.e. deciding on what the jury will be told and on the verdict form. And then on Thursday, closing arguments. The big issue now is whether the jury will actually reach a decision before July 4th, which also includes July 3rd. So basically they'll have next week, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to reach a verdict. Can they do it? Will they do it? We'll just have to see. We'll be there every day, reporting on the notes, if any, that they pass out, and etc. So we're covering this all the way. The week 6 books is out on Google Play, and week 7 is already underway after one day of week 7. So before getting to the courthouse, let me say today is election day here in New York City, primary. More on that anon. Now, is there a ceasefire or isn't there? June 19th, we wrote how Guterres gave a...
All right, well, that's it right there. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, we're going to look at the verdict sheets. The prosecution has one, the defense has one, and that's what he was talking about, that conference tomorrow. They're going to come together and they're going to try to figure out which one they're going to actually submit to the jurors. If I can find that down. Oh, so they got all the details over here. But the guy Rico Love was not the Rico Love that we were thinking of. Not the producer. It's a different Rico. He was actually interviewed on Cameron's. This is the guy Rico they were talking about here. I'll continue to look this up.
I just dap him off and I walk in and he asked me if I knew who he was, and I was like, no, and he tells me his name and I'm like, I knew who he was, but I was just like, and he was like, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Bad Boys, and I was like, and he played some music. I'm like, oh yeah, that's you. And he's like, well, look, let's go sit on the balcony.
He played his own music to let you know he was, like he played Bad Boy music and shit. Yeah. He started dancing and shit. He just played the music when
he just played the music. And I was like, oh yeah.
All right. So nigga play Puffer L nigga. Nigga got theme music. It's a wild nigga. So he opens the door, you walk in, and y'all go chill for a second, you said?
Yeah, like I walk in the living room and there was like Ty was laying on the couch and the floor and shit. And I'm like, all right, this is interesting. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on?
Right.
He's like, yeah, come let's sit in the back so I can tell you what's up.
Right.
And then we go to the little balcony or whatever. And he's just like asking me about my career and how long I've been with the agency and what I do.
Right.
And like we ran there for like 20 minutes. And he was like talking about he likes porn. And he's at a point in his career where he likes to curate and make his own porn. And then he started bragging. He was like, I got a girl in there, sexy, you gonna love her. And then he tells her to come out. And she comes out in like lingerie. And we just, I just dap him off and
all right, so that's the Rico that they were talking about right there. That's the Rico that they were talking about that was over at Diddy's crib. Said he dapped that nigga Diddy up. Diddy turned on his theme music, and they got to it. Diddy was asking him about his career and where was he at this late into the career. It's really going Friday. What day is it? June 21st. All right, so here goes. I think this is the prosecution one. So these are the verdict sheets. This is the one that the government submitted. So Again, this isn't going to be the set in stone one that they use, because the government submits one, the defense submits one, and that's where they're going to have the conference tomorrow, and they're going to come together and figure out which one got the better wording for the actual jurors. Now, I don't think the judge is going to want the jurors to have to do too much work, so I think whoever's going to have it laid out in the most simplest form will be the one that they're going to submit. You know, you don't want the jurors to have to overthink, because they're already about to be back here thinking about this whole case and freak offs. You know what I mean? So this is what the prosecution submitted. It says, can we zoom in here? I guess not. All right. So for the racketeering conspiracy, it says, in the matter of U.S. versus Combs, the government has submitted its proposed verdict form, which includes more details for the juror about each of the 11 RICO predicates acts which he's charged with, including trafficking. All right. So we're going to take this a step at a time. We're going to go through it we're going to do the prosecution one, and then we're going to go to the defense one, and we're going to see which one is easier to read, and we're going to go ahead and calculate it. All right. So for number one, racketeering conspiracy, count one. How do you find the defendant Sean Combs with respect to count one? Guilty or not guilty? It says A. If you have found the defendant guilty of count one, then please indicate whether the pattern of racketeering activity that the defendant agreed will be committing involved kidnapping, including attempted kidnapping, aiding and abetting kidnapping, or conspiracy to commit kidnapping in violation of California law. So they're going to, this is just what they're going to be submitting to them. Now, before they get there and they get their jury instruction, they're going to read what the California law is. So for one count, one of the RICO predicate acts, now remember, he only needs to be found guilty on two of these. So kidnapping, including attempted kidnapping, aiding and abetting kidnapping, or conspiracy to commit kidnapping in violation of California law. So the first one they're looking at guilty. Let's see. In California, kidnapping under Penal Code 207 is defined as moving a person a substantial distance against their will, using force or fear. This crime is a felony. All right, so kidnapping in California, the victim must be moved a significant distance, not just a short distance. Without consent, the movement must be against the victim's will and not with their free and voluntary agreement. Dang, come on, guys. Let me read this shit, man. Listen, the jurors, you're supposed to get all the information, guys. We can't just be guilty. We just simple kidnapping. This is the basic definition of kidnapping as described above. All right. False imprisonment. Kidnapping differs from false imprisonment, as kidnapping requires the victim to be moved a substantial distance. Now, false imprisonment, when Cassie couldn't get on the elevator, you see, false imprisonment, kidnapping, you got to move him a substantial distance. All right, so we got that right there, kidnapping. So we'll go ahead and check off guilty. All right. Now we need to figure out what it is in New York law, because that's the next one. See? And that'll be, so if you can just get kidnapping in New York and California, that's two different crimes. You see what I'm saying? That's two different crimes just right off of that. Let's see what the New York law states. In New York, kidnapping is a serious felony defined by penal law. The unlawful restraint of a person with the intent to prevent their liberation, either by secreting them or using threatening deadly physical force. There are 2 degrees of kidnapping. Kidnapping in the first degree, severe and potentially involving ransom demands, physical injury, or death. So in New York, what up, James? In New York, kidnapping is just a restraint. Kidnapping in California, you got to move a little bit of a distance. In New York, they said restraint, nigga. New York, kidnapping is just restraint. So you just holding somebody, it's over with in New York. This means restricting someone's movements in a way substantially interferes with their liberty, either by moving them or confining them against their will. So I guess California, we got guilty of kidnapping. New York, we got guilty of kidnapping. All right. If you have found a defendant guilty of count 1, then please indicate whether the pattern of racketeering activity that the defendant has agreed on will be committed involved arson, attempted arson, including aiding and abetting arson, or conspiracy to commit under California law. Now remember, the Kid Cudi situation, we don't know if Diddy did it, but we know that Diddy broke into the house and Diddy was upset. So that's where the conspiracy comes in. What's going on, Danny? Let's see what they got for a conspiracy. Now, we can't say he did it. We don't have any evidence that he did it. And remember, they got the fingerprints thrown out because it was a woman's fingerprint. So we can't say he did it, but it could be conspiracy. And that's what they have here listed in theirs: conspiracy to commit arson. In California, arson conspiracy involves an agreement between 2 or more people to commit arson, with at least one of them taking an overt act to further the crime. And I don't know if, going off of what we've heard so far, I don't know if we can do that. We don't have any information about Diddy telling somebody to do it. We do have him breaking into Kid Cudi's house, but I don't know if I can give him guilty for arson. What's going on, Kill? As far as the arson, I don't know. Arson, I can't put arson on there. Yeah, if we can't say that he did it, then that's reasonable doubt. So we got to put it's not proven on arson. Do I believe he had something to do with it? Yeah, but we don't have any proof that he called the woman and said, "Hey, go do that." So I think arson, we gotta leave that not proven. We already got 2 charges, so that RICO is already proved. Hey, you started to notice that, Danny? All right, so the next one. If you found a defendant guilty of count 1, the pattern of racketeering will be committed involve bribery, including attempted bribery, aiding and abetting bribery, or conspiracy to commit bribery. No, you can't speculate. Wait, come on, guys. As a jury, you can't speculate. It can't be reasonable doubt. If it's reasonable doubt, you got to go, hey, it wasn't proven. We don't have any text messages of Diddy telling somebody to go blow that motherfucker up. We don't have any video of Diddy telling somebody. We don't even know who the woman was. Now, if it was one of the women, like an assistant or something. So the arson, I can't do that. But bribery, oh, man, let me see what bribery is in California. All right. So bribery defined as offering, giving, or taking something of value with the corrupt intent to unlawfully influence a public official or someone in a position of power. Well, they gave that 50,000. Well, it was 100,000 to the head of security to get a video. So, yeah, I got to go ahead and go with on bribery. Guilty or proven. My bad. Proven. If you have found a defendant guilty of count 1, please indicate whether the pattern of racketeering activity the defendant agreed would be committed involve tampering with a witness or a victim. I gotta go ahead and go with proven on here. I gotta go with proven on here. As far as like the Jane Doe text messages, she was a witness. We seen him telling her, "I need you right now." We seen him talking to the security guards for part of the bribery, talking to Cassie. Remember, he was talking to Cassie. Call the police are here now. You know what I'm saying? He's over here tampering with the witness. She's a witness and a victim. And you telling her, don't tell the police, man. You can't tell somebody to do that. I gotta put proven on E also. Jeez Louise, Diddy. Jeez Louise, Diddy. All right. Same thing, blah, blah, blah. This time for F is forced labor in violation of federal law. Let's see what the federal law is for forced labor. Oh, he said federal law. Oh, yeah, he did bribe Cassie's mom. Yeah. But I don't know. I think that'd be more extortion. We're going to see. Either way, we're going to throw it up under one of these. All right, now forced labor. It says 1589 makes a crime knowingly to provide or obtain labor or services of a person through force, threats of force, physical restraint, or fraud. The statute falls under broader laws addressing peonage, slavery, and trafficking crimes. Yeah, threats of force, fraud, not paying them, force. Hey, you'll lose your job. Yeah, fucking forced labor. Yeah, we got to go ahead and give them that too. Jeez Louise, Diddy. We're trying to cut you some slacks. Remember, he said if you don't work, you get fired. She didn't get her overtime for $80,000 coercion. That's going straight through DHS, Homeland Security. So yeah, we got to go ahead and give them that one too. Same thing. Count one, pattern of racketeering agreed would be committed involved trafficking, violation of federal law. We've already went over this multiple times, so. Harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining a person for the purposes of commercial X acts by fraud or coercion. Yeah, we already know on G, X trafficking, guilty. So right now, I only got Diddy on one thing that he can get off of, and that's arson. At least he can beat the arson charge, guys. Can we give him a round of applause for beating arson? I mean, they might hit him with the conspiracy. I mean, it still could be a conspiracy. I'm letting them off of on arson. So right now, I think Diddy's like A, B, D, E, F, G. Right now, Diddy's 6-1 in my book for the RICO. I didn't put arson on him. I'll let arson slide. Right now, Diddy's 6-1 in my book. Well, wait, no, 1 and 6. 6-1 would mean he won 6. No. He 1 and 6 in my book. I'm giving him arson. Diddy, you got arson. So you might want me to get on that jury because if I become a juror, you gonna beat that arson charge. Come on, y'all nigga. He beat one of them. He beat one charge. In my book, he beat one charge, arson. But again, let's continue on. Involved transportation. This shit's so damn small. Involved transportation for the purpose of prostitution. What up, Kurt? Kim said the lesser charge. He's going away for a long time. Come on. He beat arson. In my book, he beat arson. I can't give him the arson charge. Come on. We gotta cut him some slack on something. All right. So it says the next one, H. Committed involved transportation for the purpose of prostitution in violation of federal law. What's up, Alma? They proved it. They proved the prostitution one. I gotta give Diddy's 1-7 right now. If you found a defendant guilty of count 1, then please indicate whether the racketeering activity that the defendant agreed would be committed involved inducement of travel for purposes of prostitution. I never heard of that, inducement of travel. Did it say inducement of travel or transportation? Travel for purposes. Oh yeah, he's guilty of this. Yeah, so 1 and 8. So involved inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution. Yeah, 1 and 8. Jeez Louise. Okay, involved in distributing or possession with the intent to distribute controlled substances in violation of federal law. So remember, involved in distributing, you don't have to sell dope to distribute. Like if I hand you a box of apples, that's distribution right there. I don't have to sell it to you, but hey, distribute this to everyone in the room. Everybody gets one apple. Or if you want, everyone gets one crack rock. All right. Everyone can get one rock. Everyone can get one rock. Even if you give it to them free and they're willing participant according to the law, just distributing and possession with the intent to distribute controlled substances. Yeah, we got 1 and 9. And then for K, so this is just what the prosecution is putting together. The prosecution said for on K, for question G was if we found him guilty of X trafficking. So it says, if you check proven for question G, the defendant agreed or did commit X trafficking of Cassie between 2009 and 2018, and whether the racketeering conspiracy defendant agreed to commit X trafficking of Jane between May of 21 and 24. Yes for Cassie, yes for Jane Doe, or no for both. I'm probably gonna put yeah for both. Because per the definition, it's just any illegal act. So an illegal X act is prostitution. So no matter if they were a willing participant, if you booked their flight and brought them there and then paid for it. So yeah, I got Diddy. Shit. Was this 1 for 9 or 1 for 10? Per the law. That's not our personal opinion. That's just per the law. Now let's go find what the defense has. The defense, and here's the defenses. This is now watch. You can tell the difference between the prosecution and what the defense is trying to submit. Now these are just the rough drafts, but you see how the prosecution they went through. All right, there's 11 counts in that RICO, so we're gonna go through the 11 charges that fall upon that RICO. We need to prove 2 of them. This is what the defense submits. All right, so the defense. United States versus Diddy. After the jury gets the charging instructions, they will be presented with the verdict form. The defense submitted their proposal. So the defense, it just says, how do you find a defendant? Not guilty or guilty? If you answer not guilty on count 1, proceed to count 2. If answered guilty, which racketeering acts Do you unanimously find the defendant agreed would be committed? They don't even know all of the acts. They're just like, do you think he's innocent or guilty for racketeering? They not even submitted. I like what the defense is doing. Like, nah, I don't think, because this is just saying, is he guilty of a RICO? And you know, people like, I don't see the RICO. So when they look at this, innocent or guilty? Guilty or not guilty? Nah, I don't think he's guilty of a RICO. Not guilty. They don't even know what like the charges, the predicate crime acts that are up under the RICO. So it's just like the defense is like, it's just giving that one. And then it says for trafficking a cassie, how do you find the defendant? Not guilty, guilty. Man act transportation. Not guilty, guilty. They don't even know what the man act is. We just read over all of it on the prosecution where they were saying is just transportation, you know what I'm saying, holding them against their will and everything. Here it's just man act, guilty or not guilty. What the fuck is the man act? For trafficking a Jane and man act for Jane. How do you find a defendant? Guilty or not guilty, or not guilty or guilty. They always put, you know, you put that not guilty first because they'll probably be like, that's the first one they read. But which one do you think is better prepared for the jurors to understand what they're actually doing in here? The simplified version by the defense. Do you think he's guilty of RICO? Yes or no? Or the more in depth where they're sitting around. So it's like, while they're sitting here, they're talking about if you answer guilty, which acts do you think he committed? The prosecution is giving them the acts and like go through each one of these acts. Do you think he's innocent or guilty of these acts? The defense just said, which one do you think he's guilty of? Make you do all the work. Now we got to open up the case file. We got to go through it, go through our notes. We don't even know what the racketeering charges that they're trying to give them. What up, Ms. Nisi? So that's the difference between the defense and the prosecution. Of course, they're going to come together, and I think the judge they gotta agree on it together. But I think the judge is going to come and sit down with him. So that's the verdict sheet. So potentially what we're going to have either the defense or it might be a mix of both. It might be simple for like Cassie, for the X and the Man Act. For both of those, that might be simple, but then they might give the list out details for the racketeering. What's going on, Patrice? Exactly, Magnolia. They're depending on the defense. It's depending on the jury to not be smart enough to understand the charges and think being a freak isn't a crime. And America's so desensitized, that's how women are treated. It's no big deal. Yeah, so they're just trying to put it on here. You think he's guilty of a RICO? And the first thing we think of RICO, well, I ain't hear nobody get killed. So we'll see how it plays out. We're going to get some of these updates. I was just trying to find something to pass time so we can, before we get back over here, because this is it today. So the judge is back on the bench. The defense resumes. We got 3 updates. So there wasn't a ceasefire, guys. They were shooting off again this morning. Donald Trump cursed on TV. He said, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. So he definitely ain't got time to be fooling with Diddy. Diddy, there's a war going on outside that Trump started. All right, defense attorney reviews text message between Jay and Sly, December 21. All right, let's get focused, guys. Let's get rid of all the laughs and jokes and giggles. I'm Modi J. This is the Mo You Know. This is our last day before they do the Rule 29 to see if the judge is going to go ahead and acquit Diddy and Diddy walks home free. Or if the judge denies it, we get our charging conference tomorrow on Wednesday. We figure out how we're going to put together these verdict sheets. And on Thursday, we open up with the prosecution in their 4 hours. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4 hours of closing arguments, followed by jury instruction, and then another 4 hours of the defense closing. So Thursday, maybe Friday, we'll start deliberation. Hopefully they stick around Thursday. And they just stay late Thursday and get everything done. So Friday morning, they can start deliberating. You know what I mean? Young Thug wasn't convicted. All right. Let's get it. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. I appreciate you guys. 7 weeks, and we only got 18 likes today. We only got 18 likes today. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. But yeah, we should get a decision by July 4th. Remember, I won't be here the 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, and I'll be back 2nd, the 3rd, the 4th. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. I won't be back till the 6th, so hopefully we do get this verdict by Tuesday of next week. Hopefully we get it by Tuesday of next week. All right, defense attorney reviews text messages between Jane Doe and Sly from December 2021. Tina's reading the messages between Sly. Jane wrote to Sly that she was thinking about one of their recent hotel nights. Jane wrote, "Send me something." Then asked if he could fly to meet her that night or the next day. When Sly said he was busy with Christmas preparations with his family, she suggested he make a day trip. Nigga, I just told you I'm getting ready for Christmas. You think I want to come hang with you and the diddler all goddamn Christmas? Hell no. Jane previously testified she only initiated explicit messages with Sly when she was with Combs and he told her to. Remember, Jane is one of Combs' accusers under the pseudonym. She was on the stand several days last month or this month. Damn. We are already into July. That's crazy as hell. We started this back in May. All right. Diddy text Jane about crazy fantasies involving her and the entertainer Leo. Yeah, it's gonna be today's the last day. Today's the last day of any testimony. Then we got Rule 29. The judge will go over that. He'll probably dismiss it because there's enough evidence to convict Diddy. Tomorrow we got the charging conference where the prosecution and defense, they come together. They talk about how they're gonna put this verdict sheet together. I guess anything that they're gonna do moving forward. Finish up with this Rule 29. Talk about that tomorrow. Then Thursday, closing arguments, 4 hours apiece in between jury instruction. Hopefully Friday morning deliberation starts. Maybe they get it done Friday. Maybe a whole 8 hours they get it done before the weekend, or it'll carry over to Monday. But Jane and Diddy in early April 2022, before allegedly meeting with the entertainer called Leo, Diddy texted Jane saying he had been having crazy fantasies about her and Leo. Baby, I want to make love to you. I haven't selfishly had you for myself for 5 months. I'm fine with the other stuff, but I really just need you right now. Jane responded. Diddy said, "Okay, whatever you want." Then asked a few messages later if Leo would be free after we spend some one-on-one time. After the alleged meeting with Leo, Jane texted Diddy saying she was still thinking about you loving all over me. Now, none of this is a crime, but who the hell? Wait, so why would the defense read this? Diddy text Jane saying he had been having crazy fantasies about her and Leo. Remember, Leo is the entertainer. This is before meeting Leo. So Leo is an entertainer, which we know is going to get paid, which takes away that entertainer and escort, and we turn that into prostitute. So Diddy's having crazy fantasies about her and Leo. She responds, "Baby, I want to make love to you. Haven't had you for myself selfishly for 5 months. I'm fine with the other stuff, but I really just need you right now." So Jane Doe says she's fine with the other stuff, but she'd rather be one-on-one with Diddy. "I'd rather be with you." Then Diddy responded, "Okay, whatever you want." Then asked a few messages later if Leo would be free after we spend some one-on-one time. So why would the defense read a text message of Diddy telling her, "After me and you get done one-on-one, let's holler at Leo"? That's prostitution, man. Why would the defense read this? Or maybe, oh, man, no. Well, saying Diddy responded and then asked a few messages later if Leo would be free. So why would the defense read that Diddy's trying to get a entertainer? And then after the alleged meeting with Leo, Jane texts Diddy saying she was still thinking about you loving all over me. So it went through, and then she's talking about being with Diddy. But why would the defense read this when we're trying to defend Diddy? When I say we, I'm talking about them. But I don't know, man. This kind of questioning kind of throws me off. Like, this is you showing that Diddy was having a crazy fantasy about a prostitute and trying to hire a prostitute. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to. Yeah, but that's the thing, though. The Mann Act law, this prohibits interstate or foreign transportation of individuals for purposes of prostitution or other immoral activities. It's often used to prosecute individuals who facilitate prostitution across state lines. So it doesn't matter if it's consent. A prostitute can consent. Like, if you go down the street and pick up a hooker, she's consenting to get in your car. You're consenting to pay her. That doesn't mean it's legal. It's still an illegal act. You see what I'm saying? So why would you even read messages of Diddy even talking about hiring an entertainer that he's about to pay for sex? We don't know what city they in, but we just gonna go to New York and just see. In New York, prostitution is defined as the act of engaging in agreeing. You see, you can have consent. You can have consent. That actually makes it prostitution. Prostitution is defined as the act of engaging in, agreeing to, or offering to engage in X conduct with another person in exchange for a fee. Both the person providing the X service, the seller, and the person paying for it, the buyer, can be charged under the law. That's what I've been telling everybody. Like, it's black and white. We talked about it yesterday. If you pull out into an intersection and the light is yellow, you ran a red light. Even if the light if the light is yellow and you're in the intersection and it turns red and you make that turn, you ran a red light. That's just the law. It sucks. That's just the law. But you see what I'm saying? It don't matter if it's consensual or not, because the seller is consenting to sell, the buyer is consenting to buy, but both of y'all get in trouble for it. I don't know. I mean, but that's the law, man. And you know that's how they're gonna play. They're gonna play it within the black and white. It's written out just like that for a reason. You know what I mean? They put the buyer and the seller. Jeez Louise. But all right, I mean, maybe remember, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. All I'm doing is giving my opinion. Mostly everything that I'm telling you guys is entertainment based. So don't believe anything that I'm telling you. All right. Don't take any advice from me. I'm not a legal consultant or anything of that nature or a financial advisor. So everything I tell y'all, assume that it is satire. All right. Hyperbole. You okay? Don't take anything I say seriously. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a doctor. All right. Let me see. Jury sees messages from Diddy and Jane sent to Paul in October 22. What's going on, Tamika? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying, Kirk. Sent to her shows that Diddy's not the bad guy. Yeah, you're right. We're gonna see what that verdict list look like, because it's just gonna be prostitution on there. One of the RICO counts is prostitution. So we're gonna see, man. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how people are gonna react. I know some people go, "Oh man, it's messed up." Me, I'm like, well, damn, all right. He's guilty. So what y'all gonna eat for dinner tonight? You know what I mean? I'm thinking about making me a steak. What y'all, you know what I mean? Damn, he's innocent. All right, well, cool. I gave him innocent on the arson charge, so I guess I was kind of right. But yeah, either way, it's not like, that's why hopefully they do this before I leave, so people won't be hitting me up while I'm on the road. Hey man, you see that? Man, I don't give a fuck. When I go on my vacation, nigga, I don't care about Diddy. All right, the jury saw messages from Diddy and Jane sent to Paul in October 22. Jane previously testified that Paul, which is his first name. So this is Paul Arthur. This is the Paul Arthur is the trainer, was one of the men who frequently joined the hotel nights. Jane, they put this in every sentence. Jane texts Paul asking if he was ready for some fun tonight. She then told him he should come over after the butlers were finished helping, and he could wait in the lobby if he got there early. Diddy also text Paul around that time saying, hold up. The staff is outside. They leaving now. Hang on tight, Playboy. What up, BBW Slayer? That's what I'm talking about. Beaming electricity. All right. So Diddy told him, hold up, Playboy. The staff is still here. Remember, we heard these messages yesterday. He didn't want the staff to know. That's what they were talking about, Paul Arthur. And remember, the hotel said Paul was coming up because they called up there and said Paul was coming up. So these are the text messages here. But what the defense is showing is that Jane Doe set this one up. But he frequently went to the hotel night. So again, what the defense is doing, you got to nitpick. Of course, you're gonna show all the messages that she set up. You know what I mean? You're not gonna be like, okay, these are one that Diddy set up. That's why I was kind of iffy on. I would never bring up anything that Diddy said anything wild or did anything wild. It'll always be what she did. But you can also see that what the defense is trying to do, they might think Diddy's already cooked on the Cassie stuff. They not even going back to try to defend the Cassie shit. They just trying to get all the Jane Doe stuff. If they can knock that off and maybe deal with the 2 charges with Diddy and try to dodge the RICO, maybe we can get, you know what I'm saying? Maybe if we can knock off the 2 charges for Jane Doe, the transportation and the X trafficking, try to hit the RICO and then maybe just the Cassie ones, then we got a little bit more wiggle room to negotiate. Okay, you talking about 20? How about we do this? We do 5 years, time served, 80%, which would be 3.5. So we got to serve, we just serve another year and we get out on good behavior. We'll just do another year locked up. Y'all let us go and we don't have to register. Y'all, you got some wiggle room in there. We do 5, 1 year time served. We do 1 year in there, and then we maybe early release. So there'll be a 3 years, maybe early release, halfway home, ankle monitor zone. So we'll be looking at 3-ish years. You see what I'm saying? Maybe the defense is trying to do some wiggle room there. You gotta try. You gotta try. Remember, guys. Remember, we're looking at this from the defense lens. We're not protecting Diddy, or you know what I'm saying, we're not advocating for Diddy. We're just trying to figure out, if we were defense lawyers, how could we try to make something shake? Because put a 1 in the chat if you're defending Diddy for $1 million. Put a 2 in the chat if you're turning down defending Diddy for $2 million. I mean, for $1 million. A 1 to defend Diddy for $1 million. A 2 to turn down $1 million to defend Diddy. Let me see who's a real lawyer and who ain't. Because I'm not turning down $1 million. Even if I know this nigga guilty, I'm taking that meal, and I need my meal up front. I'm not turning it down. I'm in there. Dum, 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 dum. Your Honor, my client is innocent. Jane Doe, she's a junkie. Cassie, she's a junkie. For all I know, they were bad influence. We never heard any of this until Cassie came around. And we know that Cassie used to party. Your Honor, if you don't mind, I got a song for you. My girl wants to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. My girl wants to party all the time, party all the time. She likes to party. Yeah, Your Honor, my client's got to go. Good news is, Diddy, the check cleared. The bad news is, nigga, they gave you that RICO. Nigga, you're getting 40. I'm not turning all money. Listen, I agree with Patrice. All money ain't good money. That is the truth. That's the truth. All money ain't good money. But all money spends like all money. All money spends the same way all money does, unless it's counterfeit. All money ain't good money, but all money spends. Your landlord don't care where that money came from. That car note don't care where that money came from. No. That phone bill don't care where that money came from. That child support, well, the child support do care where that money came from, but they don't get it. It spends. That money spends. Patrice told me all money ain't good money. Here's a startling fact. Roughly 90% of the dollar bills in circulation in the US have been shown to contain cocaine residue. So that means every single bill you got in your wallet ain't good money then, because it has cocaine residue on it. That means the drug cartels didn't had that money. So that shows you all money is good money. But remember what I told you guys. Don't take any advice from me. Don't take any advice from me. But your money does have a cocaine residue on it. So that good money that you got from when you went to work and then you go to the bank, to the ATM, and you withdraw it, that bank is giving you cocaine money. Oh, so which is it? Which is it? The all money good money, or is all money bad? I don't know. I don't know. Diddy money came with bad motor payment and crypto. Y'all gonna find a way. Y'all don't like agreeing with me. Y'all gonna find a way around it. Nah, I respect it though. But yeah, as a defense lawyer, I'm taking the Diddy case. There's nothing you can tell me that I'm taking the Diddy case. Diddy's offering how much? So you tell me I got to go to trial for 7-8 weeks plus a week. So just say 10 weeks. 10 weeks I can make 500,000. $10 million team, defense. If I can get my law firm $1 million in 10 weeks, I'm telling you, man, I ain't never had 100,000 in, you know what I'm saying? I ain't never had 100,000 in a week. It usually take like 52 weeks for me to even see that. So I'm with it. All right, let's get back to it. They reviewed text messages. Diddy and Jane coordinated to keep staff from seeing the entertainer. So these are the same messages we were already seeing. Defense attorney reviewed the records text between the hotel night, January 23, when it appeared that Diddy and Jane were taking steps to prevent staff from seeing a man involved in the hotel nights. When they were planning the hotel night, Diddy texted Jane, "Can I walk in on you and Paul? I would like that." She said yes, and asked him what time should she tell the entertainer. Maybe 9:30, so he doesn't run into anyone. Jane later texts Paul, "Okay, let's make sure the coast is clear." wild shit. This is like, you thinking this is some high school stuff. Diddy's 50, was he 55? So Diddy was 53 when this was going on. I really don't I don't know, man. I don't know how Diddy was living like this, and we only got 26 likes. I don't know. Y'all got me living like I'm Diddy. Like, y'all trying to keep y'all distance from me. Y'all better push up on me and hit that like button or something. Show a little bit of love. Shit. You know what I mean? Make sure the coast is clear. All right, let's go over to Inner City Press, see if they give us any inside information from the courthouse. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. Again, this is going to be slow. It's going to be going over everything we've already done for the last 7 weeks. I don't even know where we start. May include evidence, unfair prejudice, confusing issues, misleading the jury, and blah, 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 blah. All right. I don't even know where we started. I guess here. Oh, this look like the bottom one. So give me a second. 2 hours ago, 3 minutes. All right. So I guess this is here. 2 hours ago. Turn off the screens. No one can hear or see. All right. So this is just taking us back to the beginning of the day. And we'll run through it. Because, I mean, like I said, we've already heard all of this in testimony. They may insert a couple of other things, but for the most part, we've heard, we came, we saw, we conquered everything. So I think they got like a soccer match or something going. Oh no, they might be over at the school. All right, let me see. So what does it say here? She writes, "That was so freaking sexy." Then she writes, "I'm so wet. I'm dripping like water. Thinking about it." Heart emojis. Heart eye emojis. Now, Paul was in the chat, but your chart doesn't list Carble's message with Jane, C3328. Now, in December 2021, damn, that's my sister's birthday, man. That's the first, this is my sister's first birthday after she passed. And these niggas is getting nasty. Now it's December 21st, 2021. She reaches out to Carble to say happy New Year. Writes, "Let me know if you want to come tonight." What does Carble say? He says, "I'm cooking for my family, but tomorrow, faux show." Not in your chart. No. Under Italian, let's see, DX3050. I actually got to go back to my I got to go back to the names because we got Carble, but what we don't have is Paul, Arthur, and Rico. So we got to add Paul, Arthur, and Rico to our list of male names. Paul, Arthur, and Rico. Bringing our count to David, Clayton, Jules, Punisher, Islander, Tommy, Greg, Jonathan, Red Baseball Hat, Ash, Paul, Jake, Leo, Don, Stinky Guy, Michael, Sly, Anton, Carble, Paul, Arthur, and Rico Love. Bringing our total to 21 men mentioned between hotel parties and free calls. So 21 men so far, not including the days we don't know about. And this is from 2008 all the way to 2024. Yeah, remember there was a stinky guy. Remember they were in a hotel and there was a stinky guy. He was the first one. But she said he was too stinky, but Diddy told her she still had to try. So he was too stinky, and then she went into the living room, and that's where Sly was at. Remember, there was 3 guys that night. The stinky guy was the first one, and then Sly and Michael were there. Sly was number 2, and then Michael was number 3. Yeah, remember the stinky guy came over, and she said it was too goddamn foul. So she said, Diddy still made her at least attempt. Yeah. That was Jane Doe's. Under Italian, let's see DX3050. This is April 4th of 2022. Diddy with Jane. You read Mr. Combs. Combs writes, I have been having crazy fantasies about you and Leo. So this is the message here. Oh, hey, they done got Diddy. Hey, look at these messages. Why didn't look? Look at Diddy's initial message. I've been having crazy fantasies about Leo. Remember, Jane Doe told us she thought Diddy was bi-curious. But over here, there's no such thing as bi-curious. It's just straight he. And Diddy said he was having crazy fantasies about Leo. And then he says, you and Leo, LOL. Nah, nigga, nah. We know what you meant, nigga. You were having crazy fantasies about Leo, nigga. We know you like to look at endowments. We already heard about the FaceTime call with Sly, and you were sitting on the bed telling her, tell him to zoom in. Yeah, Diddy, we caught your ass, nigga. I've been having crazy fantasies about Leo. Nah, nigga, you don't accidentally make that mistake. You don't even mention another nigga's name in a text message. And niggas, I've been having crazy fantasies. And then you gonna say you and Leo, LOL. They caught Diddy's ass, man. Shit. Oh, Diddy, they didn't got you, brother. Brother love, for real. That's what they're gonna start calling them, brother love. The real brother love. Damn, they didn't call Diddy. Even this dude right here, Caladin Free, he's been on Diddy. This person right here, you see me out every now and then, I'll tweet him back. But this person right here been on Diddy's side the whole case. And today, when he's seen that having crazy fantasies about you and Leo, he said, bro, you just got to come out as bi at this point. It is what it is. There's no coming back from that. Men know you don't make no mistake like that. You don't make no mistake like that. That's not a mistake you make. You don't even send a message like that. Damn, Diddy. I'm having crazy fantasies about Leo. Oh, man. Again, over here, we don't discriminate, but we're going to call you out, man. Diddy's such a playboy, man. So we got to call him out on his bullshit. So after Diddy had these crazy fantasies about Leo, he writes, Adderall, it's the greatest. LOL. She writes to him with the drool face emoji. Then at 14:06, the next is July 2022. You only reviewed what the government gave you, right? Right. Diddy tells Paul to come over. Yes. Here, Jane says, my place is free tonight. Then she writes, I got on my knees and think, what? My place is free tonight. Then she writes, I got on my knees and thank God for the health of my child and for your friendship. Then heart emojis, right? Right. I'll correct you. It's venues. Venues. Laughs. Nah, he ain't missing no pride money. They got a lot of pride behind the bars. Let me tell you something. Behind the bars, they got a lot of pride in there, man. Go in there as a man. Don't know what you are when you come out of there some of the times. But yeah, Diddy having a grand old time in there. He the Pied Piper in that bitch. Diddy having a good old time in there. It's raining, man. Diddy, he having a good old time in there. GX 103 is between Jane and Paul. He said, I don't memorize the exhibit numbers. So let's show it. It's now on the public screen. This is a message between Mr. Paul Arthur and Diddy, who says staff is leaving. This is the first mention of Anton, right? October 8th, 2022. Yes, he shows up. In these photos, E285. Do you see the bracelet she is wearing? I do. We can't see it clearly. Yeah, Diddy running the yard all right. Come here. Come here. Take that. Jane writes, can you come to Turks? What does he say? He says, yes, love. I have a passport, but not a vaccination. She said, can you get to ATL? Carbo's base. A few days later, March 21, 2023, she asked about Miami. Where was I at in March of 2023? I got to find me an alibi. Jane writes, tonight was fun. What does he say? He says, he had a great time with you, baby. Now, April 23, Jane, Combs, and Paul. He says, hey, Jane, true name, I'm available. So he said, hey, Jane Doe, I'm available. Or Daphne Joy, whatever one you want to go with. And she asked about the 19th. He said, yes. Jane says, I'll reach out. How about P? I guess, how about P? Italian is available? So P must be Paul Arthur, and then this must be Italian is available. What did Diddy respond? Diddy says, okay, you find location. You in the mood? Jane says, didn't know if you were unsatisfied. I stopped and I got a couple of more outfits. So this is getting us all the way caught up 8 minutes ago. So I don't know if they're on a break or not. Jane writes, I know what you like, Daddy. At the London, before you left NYC, you did a film. You forgot it. You promised you wouldn't forget. Then smirky face, devil face. I'm coming, Daddy. That video you sent me was hot. Sweat emoji. Who the fuck are these people, man? Jane Doe, reveal yourself. They are too old to be acting like this, but I guess whatever you got $10,000 rent. I guess you got to do what you got to do. All right. So Diddy told Jane to hide the hotel night from the ex-chief of staff. In another message playing the hotel night in April 23, Diddy asked Jane to find a location, telling her, I can't have KK know, damn. But KK already knows about the freak offs because KK was supplying the stuff with Brendan Paul, and she was telling him, but maybe that was later on. But before the lawsuit dropped, because the lawsuit didn't drop till November of 23. KK is a former chief of staff. Jane arranged for the entertainer to meet them and said she had packed up some new outfits. When Diddy asked if she was in the mood, she replied, yes. Diddy later texted Jane, did you get Peel? I'm guessing that's like the Cialis or maybe a regular, like, I don't know. And hit me when the coast is clear. Jane responded, Joey is gone and Italian is pulling up. The next day, Jane texted Combs an explicit message and told him, I love you loving on me and me you. What? I love you loving on me and me you. Like, oh, shit, the fuck if I know. I guess when you on, nah, this ain't the last train to Paris. I told you this is the last train to prison. I don't even know what's going on anymore, man. What is the defense proving? That she was setting up some of these freak offs? We know that, but we're talking about the freak offs that he set up. She ain't on the stand. Yes, I mean, we're just going through it all again, I guess. All right, so I guess we got an update after the sweat emoji. Let's go back to GX 1406, May 19th to the 20th, 2023. Jane, Combs, Paul, and Carble. What does Diddy write? He writes, is Chef still here? She says no, LOL. Pull up text of his personal assistants. Joseph said, I don't know who. Yeah, man, I believe Christina Quam is working with the police, man. That's what I'm sticking with. She's in 3 civil suits, but anytime or any place. We're gonna take this back to 2010 to 2022. Now we'll do 23. Just see if there's anything on Christina Coral. So I think we went over this one. The hell is Rebecca? We didn't find out who the hell Rebecca is. Let's see who Christina Quam is. Oh, this ain't giving us nothing here. Oh, Christina. Wait. Oh, so she was in the lawsuit against the chef also? Do I think she riding hard for Diddy? Hell no. She ain't doing nothing with Diddy. She out of this. The official complaint alleges that Redo repeatedly filed requests that she be properly compensated to Diddy's personal assistant, Christina Quam, and that those requests were denied. So yeah, she was in on all of this. But remember, this chef is the one that sued Diddy. The chef is actually the first person that actually legally mentioned the freak off. She didn't call it a freak off, but Diddy forced her to serve breakfast to him, to a guy and a woman while they were in the room doing a freak off. So this chef was the first person to sue Diddy over this, and they ended up settling it out of court. She specifies that once while working in the kitchen, a male guest of Diddy approached her in the nude, asking her to admire his genitalias. She also claimed that Diddy and his house guests would regularly call for her services while nude, immediately following X activity with other guests. So remember, she sued Diddy in 2017. So everyone blaming this on Cassie. Cassie never filed a lawsuit or anything until 2023, but that was because she offered the rights to the books. But in 2017, the chef actually sued Diddy, and Diddy ended up selling out of court for it. But she was the first one to say that Diddy was having sex with guests, and Diddy was making her go into the room and serve them, and the people were walking around naked. She claims she was lured into situations that made her appear to be a thief. And remember, they ended up giving her a watch, and then she took the watch, and she was like, nah, they gave it to me, but they fired her. So she was the first person to ever end the damages for unpaid wages and overtime, plus punitive damages and the injunction to prevent future employees from being inaccurately classified exempt. So, yeah, everything we've been hearing, she wasn't getting paid. She was forced to serve them food during freak offs, accused of doing shit she didn't do. She sued Diddy over that in 2017. And there you go. There's the chef that sued Diddy for the same stuff we're going over now, but she was just an employee. So Jane arranged a May 23 hotel night with the entertainer. I think this is what we just went over to. She was trying to arrange some things for a trip. He didn't respond to a few messages. She then said, baby, it's all set. Jane also texted one of the entertainers asking when would he be able to fly to Miami, because he was talking about going to Turks, but he didn't have a vaccination, so he couldn't go to Turks. So she said, how about Miami? Days later, she texted the entertainer that she was setting up the hotel later that day. Jane told him, give him a second, clearing out the assistant. They had to stop and go drop some stuff off and asked him to wait in the lobby. Hours later, the entertainer thanked him for coming and told him that he could be sending the payment through Zelle. Oh, and we were supposed to look at that damn Jonathan Audi yesterday. I'll be forgetting. Which is this one, and I think he said 23 minutes.
I've been hearing about the HPV vaccine. Did you get it for Ellie?
Yep, gotta keep her protected.
Against cervical cancer, right?
It protects boys too, from throat and penile cancer.
Good to know.
Very good to know. So if you don't know about Jonathan Audi, he shot up the Trump hotel. People thought he was crazy, but he was actually in an interrogation room telling them about Diddy and freak offs, him being with Cassie, catching the HPV. You know what I mean? All the above. So I think it's 18 minutes, he said. So he ended up shooting up the Trump hotel down in Florida. They brought him in, and everyone thought he was crazy, but he was actually explaining about the freak offs in 2018, a year after, well, technically 3 years, but a year after the lawsuit was settled with the chef, because the chef filed in 15 and settled in 17. So the earliest to date that we know is 2000. That's in actual paperwork is 2015 when the chef sued. That's the first time we knew about anything of that nature. But just like everyone else, you know, oh man, why didn't they get Hugh Hefner? Well, people didn't start suing Hugh until he died. Diddy was sued in 2015, and you guys just brushed it up under the rug. You just said, oh, put that up under there. No one thought nothing about it. But people were coming forward, but Diddy was doing like anyone would do. You pay these lawsuits off so no one would hear anything about it. You see what I'm saying? So it's not like they just picked on Diddy. It's just Diddy missed the payment one time. When Cassie, because remember, the whole time, Diddy knew for 9 months that Cassie was trying to get money. But Diddy kept pushing her off. He thought he still had that control over her. If he would have just paid that money, guess what? We would have never known anything about this. Nothing. We wouldn't have been connecting Jonathan Audi to tell him the truth. You see what I'm saying? So you can't blame anyone but Diddy. If Diddy would have just paid Cassie when she first said she was writing a book, it'd have been hush hush. Nothing would have happened. But he didn't. And here we are.
I was born there, and then my parents were Latin descent from Argentina. They escaped the military dictatorship in Argentina.
Pinochet, all that?
No, the Argentina one. Yeah, my Pinochet was a Chilean one, but
Okay.
I can't remember. It was like a military dictatorship. I can't remember the names.
All right. Well, how many years did you stay in South Africa?
12 years in South Africa, and I stayed.
But your relationship, like with your father? In Boca Raton?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's like.
Help me understand. I don't.
Well, really,
when you say premeditated, you must have been thinking about it for a while.
And I found out the whole puzzle of their organization.
Okay. All right. So you didn't tell Well, before I ask that question, so you have an ex-wife, you got a girlfriend?
Man, what's happening is he's trying to pull things down, but then the feds have been harassing him. The feds. I mean, they have a big file of me like this, the feds. Since because people.
Where's your house, sir? Really? An actual office? You threw what away?
My computers and everything.
I'm trying to find that part, man. I forgot what time you put it on here.
I'm trying to help you and I'm trying to understand your daily routine.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati. They also have the Twin Towers.
That's a card game.
That tells you exactly what they're. So they have a picture of Donald Diddy. Open to our eyes.
Puff Daddy.
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call it. So.
Yes.
All right, so here's Jonathan Audie's I guess you can not testifying, but here's Jonathan Audie talking about it after he shot up the Trump Hotel. So they're supposed to be asking him, why'd you shoot up the Trump Hotel? But then in the middle of his story, he just starts talking about Diddy and being at free calls. So we'll listen to this and we'll wait on some updates.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. How do you know this?
Do you know Sean Combs?
Puff Daddy?
Yeah.
P. Diddy, whatever you call it. So yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, he's part of what's called the Boule. The Boule is a branch of the Illuminati.
Okay.
It's the black people. Okay. I'm from Africa, so I'm not a racist.
Okay.
Okay, you my brother, so I like black people.
Okay.
My mom, I was raised by an African woman in my house. Okay. She was just a servant, but she was my she, took care of me.
Right.
So I love black people.
Okay.
I had settlement with Sean. Okay. And he belongs to that agenda. That's why he's so famous. They land all the contracts. It's these attorneys, which are Mark Garagos and Ben Mercedes. Ben Mercedes.
Mark Garagos, Tina Garagos, that's her dad. Remember the guy that was sitting behind him and they told him he can't be doing interviews about the actual trial because he's consulting them? That's who he's talking about. He's talking about the head lawyer. Well, you got Mark and Nifino, and then you got Tina Garagos. So you got the two. I don't know which one's the actual lead. I thought Tina Garagos was, but Mark is the father.
Worked for Bad Boy Entertainment for 4 years and worked for Hillary Rodman for 5. Okay. When I take Sean the threat of death on me, okay? I don't have it, but I can make it available under secrecy. That means that I wouldn't be liable because I don't want to be getting blamed for anything. Okay. All right. I had sex with Cassie and Sean. Basically, he would masturbate and tell me what to do with Cassie. I had like 15 encounters, and I heard a lot of business. Because what they would do is Sean talks a lot on the phone and on the TV with speakers and stuff, and I was like a sex slave. Okay, for them that's what I was. That's all. All right. I caught herpes, and I came back and I sued him for the herpes and won, but they did. Mark Garagos and Ben Mercedes were his attorneys, okay? And Christopher Leon's here was my attorney. They asked me to turn in that, which was the video recording, and I did so. They gave it back to me accidentally, and it's possible, I threw everything out, it's possible I can produce a copy.
Gotcha.
It's possible, I'm not sure. Now, how does this lead towards Donald Trump?
Okay.
The Mercedes family, Ben Mercedes, that works with Mark Garagos. Mark Garagos used to be Michael Jackson's attorney.
Yeah, out in Los Angeles.
Yeah. He had he drugged Michael and they OD'd him, okay? He didn't overdose. They OD'd him because they keep the royalties of the music. Michael alone made $860 million alone last year, okay, in 2017, which who keeps that royalty? The music companies. Who represents the media and entertainment in the United States? Most of them, Mercedes does. Kenny Mercedes,
Man,
which is Gruber Mercedes shot out. They've been promoting a hate group. He is very money. He likes to make money, and he likes with Stormy, with other people, because they want him out of the government. Okay, I'm trying to overview of it. And
I mean, that's basically him talking about it, and then he gets into like Rick Ross and Diddy moving drugs within the Ciroc and stuff.
Drinking. Tupac's still alive.
Yeah.
He's by the liquid cocaine.
All right, here you go.
Right. Diddy and move. They lose which don't all the dope states. Tupac's still do it. All right. Tupac's still alive.
Yeah.
He's in Cuba. Mm-hmm. Basically, what happens is following. The hip hop agenda is an agenda to move drugs all over the United States. You need to report the DEA. They move all the dope. Okay, all the dope on private jets, which don't get screened by
customs,
by the inside the United States. Okay, they move what's called high grade powder MDMA. They move cocaine and they move liquid cocaine in the bottles too. Okay, so they put the liquid cocaine in the bottles and they move it. I've seen the liquid cocaine. I've drank it myself, having sex with Diddy and Cassie. Okay, it's not good. He drinks it all the time. All right, he calls it Gigi. That's liquid cocaine.
All right.
Liquid cocaine. They put it in the Ciroc. Remember the MDMA? They had the liquid form at the crib.
How do I know there's a conspiracy against Trump? Because it's in the Illuminati card deck.
Thursday night, Friday morning. But what I want to know is how did that...
It's your point, okay? On public TV and say, I thought so many. Gotcha. Okay, picture Mercedes. You're gonna need an internet so I can show you. If I show,
all right, because it's a lot of BS that he's talking about, but then he did talk about the Diddy shit. And yeah, I mean, yeah, Mozzie, I seen this when this first came out when the Trump thing went down. I've seen this interview years ago, so that's why I already knew it. Actually, we have a video talking about this on the channel. Well, on the Mo You Know. But yeah, so he talked about Cassie and Diddy, and he was the first person to verbally talk about being in there, being hired to sleep with Cassie and Diddy. But everyone thought he was playing. Everyone thought he was just a weirdo. But no, he was telling the truth. Is that it? So that's the whole list. 34 witnesses. So they got a sidebar. Let me see. 19, that's what we read. Yeah, people thought he was crazy, but in reality, he was telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And just like this chef, she was telling the truth. Sued by the chef. Said she was frequently asked to serve meals to friends of the rap mogul during or after they engaged in X activity. She would work from 9 a.m. to midnight without being paid overtime. Yeah, so Diddy's been doing this for years. You can't blame this on no one but Diddy. X harassment, quid pro quo, X harassment, hostile environment, failure to prevent harassment and retaliation, violation of whistleblower protection labor code, wrongful discharge, violation of public policy, retaliation, defamation, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligent infliction of emotional distress, failure to pay overtime wages. What up, Moochie? So why they didn't get Hugh Hefner? So they got a break till 11:50. So that gives about 15 minutes. All right, we got some free time, man. Moochie, if you're free, I could bring you up here because we just kicking it right now. I'm just going all around. So if anyone got links or anything pertaining to the case, Diddy writes, hurry up. She is at a hotel. She is horny as hell. Dog, this nigga, man, I don't know, man. Those got to be some grade A drugs, because I don't see drugs keeping me functioning like that. He's not charged. I don't know where everyone got the pedo stuff. That's not in this case. That's a civil case. That was an individual case. That doesn't have anything to do with the federal case. That's just a civil case. That's one of the many. I think Diddy has like 30 cases against him. But yeah, that doesn't have anything to do with this. I don't even know why people I don't even know who brought that up for this. Yeah, so he doesn't yeah, since November 23, Diddy got at least 70 lawsuits against him. Yeah, so that's in one of those civil lawsuits, not in the Fed case. Nicole said he just needed to be on the stand. Diddy ain't taking that stand. You missed it earlier, Simone. We actually went over the jury verdict sheet, and we were going off according to the law. We went over the prosecutions and the defense. I'll bring those back up. But it was on the Diddy docket. In order for the glove don't fit, ploy to work, defense has to convince the jury that if Diddy is less than 100% responsible for these crimes, they must acquit. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be hard to prove, though. Especially, like, with the RICO, with all the 11 predicates, that's going to be tough to prove just for the simple fact with, like, the drugs. You got text messages of him authorizing the company to send money over. You know what I mean? I mean, pay me no mind, man. Pay me no mind. The Diddy docket. Let me see if he's up under one of these comments. If you're just tuning in, Diddy had crazy fantasies about a dude named Leo. His words, not mine. This is the text. His words, not mine. Okay, here we go. The Diddy docket. In the matter of Doe versus Diddy, the one with the LA-based luxury car and jewelry rental family business, man at the 22 Ciroc promotional party painting motives, plaintiff's motion is being continuously anonymously is denied or to refile within 7 days. Yeah, they just dropping cases on this nigga. We almost coming to an end, guys. I know y'all gonna be missing Diddy. I know a lot of y'all huge fans of Diddy. Y'all are avid supporters of Diddy, and that's all right. You know, that's your life. You can do what you want to do. Try and get down to. Excuse me. I think it's on the 22nd for the prosecutions. Okay, yeah, here you go. Here. So we'll this is just the verdict sheet. We're on a break. We'll go over this one more time. This is not the official one. This is the one that the prosecution submitted. I'm not going to do it line by line like we did. It'll just be running through it. But as far as the racketeering, they say, do you find the defendant guilty for count 1, which is the racketeering? It says letter A, if you found the defendant guilty of kidnapping, attempted kidnapping, aiding and abetting, kidnapping, or conspiracy to commit kidnapping in violation of California law, which we found out California law, you have to take them a substantial distance, hold them against their free will, which we forgot. Capricorn Clark. Remember, Capricorn Clark was in the truck. Diddy drove off with Capricorn Clark and said they're not going to let Capricorn Clark go until Cassie shows up. Remember when the Kid Cudi situation went on? They were in the house. Capricorn Clark called Cassie. They got the phone calls. Remember Lauren London was on the phone call also. Capricorn Clark was calling Cassie and them. It was on speakerphone. Hey, Kid Cudi, Diddy's in the house. Kid Cudi like, man, what the fuck? They drive back. Diddy drives off with Capricorn Clark. Capricorn Clark couldn't get out the truck until Cassie showed up. And then in order for Capricorn Clark to get out, Cassie had to get in the vehicle, which took Cassie back to the house. And that's when Capricorn Clark was let go. And then that's when Diddy started stomping Cassie out in the driveway, and Capricorn Clark was first forced to walk. So that's the kidnapping in California. That's the kidnapping in California that they're talking about. Then you got the New York one. Attempted kidnapping, aiding and abetting kidnapping, conspiracy to kidnap. We found them guilty on that one also. So California and New York, we got them guilty on both of those. The arson, committed arson, involved in it, attempted, or aiding and abetting arson, conspiracy to commit arson. I said that's the only one. Arson is the one that I said I don't see. Now, I could see them saying conspiracy, but I don't see any text messages or anything for Diddy telling them to go over there and do something. So I can't put arson on Diddy. And we didn't see him there. We don't know if the people that did it know Diddy. So that's the only one I can't put on Diddy is the arson. But then you got bribery, including attempted bribery, aiding and abetting bribery, conspiracy to commit bribery. For bribery, $100,000 to the hotel. $100,000 to the hotel security. And this just says attempted bribery. You know what the other one was? The first security guard. How much can I pay to make this go away? Then Perez went over, not to Perez, Edie Garcia went over to the house and got paid $100,000. Now, arson, as a juror, you can't. The only conspiracy you can get is that he broke in the house. But breaking in the house and committing arson, I can't put those two together. Nah. Just going off the evidence. That's all I'm doing. I'm doing just like the judge said. You said just go off the evidence, and I don't got no conspiracy. Well, I mean, I do, but I don't. I can't prove it. So I don't think they proved the arson. And they said there was a woman fingerprint on there, but they disregarded that, but we got to hear that information, even though we can't use that information. But it wasn't a male fingerprint on there. So we got bribery, Then we got the defendant committed involved in tampering with a witness or a victim. Guilty. Good old guilty. Remember when he called Cassie up? Cassie, I need you right now, man. Tell him the police is here. Yeah, okay. Oh, well, if we can't agree, well, that's just one charge. So as long as you get these other ones, you only need two. Now, if it was two multiple charges, well, shit, he still be found guilty on all of them. Yeah, we got the bribery. Then they got tampering with a witness. Yeah, it was Cassie that it was tampering with. Plus, remember, Don Richards, she took the stand and Diddy called her like 30 or 40 times. Remember, before trial started, Diddy was this is all the way up until you go to trial, right? This is still an active. Well, wait. Yeah, Diddy was calling then too. Yeah, so he's calling after he got arrested. He was, tampering with a witness. Yeah. What's the next one? Forced labor, which we already heard multiple people saying they weren't getting paid. They were made to work overtime. They weren't getting no money out of it. Forcing them to do X acts. Then we got involved in X trafficking. And then we found them guilty on that. Now remember, you can't go off of your feelings. You have to go off of the law and if it fits. X trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, obtaining, patronizing, or soliciting of a person for the purposes of a commercial X act, in which commercial X is induced by force, fraud, or coercion, or in which the person is induced to perform such acts have not attained the years of 18. So there you go. I pay your rent. You got to suck something. I'll take you to a different country. I pay for everything you got. I'll take it from you. Remember, Diddy punched, he slapped old girl Jane Doe in the shower and then called up a free call. So there's your X trafficking. Then the last ones are this, the Prosecution. Yeah, involved in the transportation of Prosecution. Then involved in transportation for the purpose of it, and then induced to travel for the purposes of it. Yeah, so that's all that. And then distributing and possession with the intent to distribute and controlled substances in the law. So yeah, man. It looks like he got more than two of these predicate charges. So they still got the sidebar. I think they said the break was to 11:15. Okay, they're back. Well, they're back from the sidebar from this. They're taking a break. It's only gone longer than was projected yesterday. We'll get the defense case today. The public exhibit screens are left off. So yeah, so I mean, they said it's gonna be like an hour. Well, we had 12. So that's about right. Many organizations do that. What about the police force that was doing the train thing on that one officer? The same thing. What train? You talking about that white lady? Oh yeah, I forgot about Carrie. Carrie is a friend. Who the hell is Frederick Zamore? That must be one of the other guys' names. Everybody's talking about Shaq. Where the hell they seeing Shaq's name at? Oh, wait. Hold on. Mr. Combs, right? Hurry up. She's at the hotel. She's horny as hell. Need help. LOL. Paul responds, LOL, right? Right. And Mr. Combs sends Paul an image. Does it look like Shaq? Yes. So that's what they talk. Oh, so is Shaq gonna show up? They said, does it look like Shaq? Well, I wouldn't put it against Shaq.
Pop, joints to rock, play the background.
I think Diddy really thought he was living that life, didn't he?
Money to get, cost to flip. Boss to sit at and sip cognac with juice to drip. Come on.
There you go. There you go. Shaq Diesel in the house. There you go. This young Shaq too. This young Shaq too. This is before the trade Shaq. Capricorn Clark was in the vehicle. Capricorn Clark was kidnapped by Diddy the day of the arson. Capricorn Clark said that Diddy, they called Cassie and said Capricorn Clark couldn't leave until Cassie got there. Remember, she was the one that called Cassie, and Lauren London was on the phone too. Simone said many organizations do that. Yeah, I mean, don't mean it's legal. You got to file a complaint. If no one, see, that's the thing. If no one files a complaint, how would anyone know? If you're not getting paid your overtime and you don't go to HR and file a complaint or go above them and file a complaint, how would anyone get in trouble for it? You know what I mean? It'd be like that, man. Just like I said, if I run a stoplight or I run a stop sign and you run a stop sign, but the cops catch you, it don't mean what I did was legal. It's just I didn't get caught for it. You see what I'm saying? You can't say, well, if it happened here, it got to happen there. That person ain't get caught. That's just really all it is. If we both taking a test and you cheating off my paper and I'm allowing you to cheat, but they catch you cheating, that's on you. I'm not saying nothing. I'm not turning myself in because you got caught cheating because I was helping you. That's on you. That's your problem. I know now I'm not going to cheat no more. I know I'm not going to let you copy off of nothing no more. You get niggas in trouble. Just because someone else is doing it don't mean it's right. That's the whole jumping off a bridge because everyone else is doing it. Just because they jump off a bridge don't mean you got to. But yeah, if they committing crimes, you can commit crimes. You can do crimes too. But if you get caught, that's on you. Like, hey, yo, whoa. Okay, they just got Diddy for forced labor. Y'all wouldn't get paid overtime. How much y'all get? How much y'all owed in overtime? You said $10,000. Okay, here's $15,000. It was just a hiccup. HR, the accountant, they was down. You know, remember I told you they went on vacation? Here go 15. You good? That'll cover that 10 plus anything else. You know, a little bit of interest. Woo. Whew. Wasn't trying to go down like that. What up, JoJo? Yeah, I mean, you got to file a complaint. They say a closed mouth don't get fed. Ain't that the truth? But they said, does it look like Shaq? They should have brought this up earlier. We really been here to try to find out what celebrities are tied into this. Don't tell me Shaq was in there getting some of Cassie or Jane Doe. What year is this? Oh, this is with Jane Doe, so this is recent. Oh, this ain't this Shaq. It's the Shaq off of TNT. Or maybe it's just they sent the image. Like, hey, does this nigga look like Shaq? Nah, well, the only thing you missed today is Diddy like boys. Well, men. Let me not say boys. Diddy like men. He fantasizes about men. So that's one thing you didn't. I mean, we kind of knew, but we didn't know until we got a confirmation today. Today we got a confirmation that Diddy likes to think about niggas. I'll let you read this message right here. Diddy text Jane Doe, I've been having crazy fantasies about Leo. And then he gonna try to be slick and put you and Leo, LOL. No, nigga, no. You said you've been having crazy fantasies about Leo. We got the text message. We seen it. And it's in green. I thought these niggas, were they on iPhones? iPhone 13? Diddy say, I likes boys. I be having crazy fantasies about Leo. And then he gonna try to do the LOL. Like, nah, nigga. Hell no. Nigga, you done fucked up. And you can't edit messages back then in 2013. You can't unsend. He talking about you and Leo, LOL. Nah, nigga. He's back on the stand, the judge of the bench, blah, blah, blah. So we really aren't getting anything today. It's just them trying to downplay the Jane Doe incidents, but we're gonna keep things updated. Yeah, so other than that, and then they mentioned Shaq's name. That's probably like the highlights. Nothing much. All right. They're back. Diddy's in a brown sweater, is pouring over documents with his lawyers, Nicole Westmoreland. I like Nicole Westmoreland. I had a feeling she was going to be a good one. They should have let her do more. And then stands up to talk to Anfalo. All right, back to 1406. Diddy writes to Paul, security knows to let you in the back, right? Diddy says, just say P, not Paul. Jane writes, just to tell you I love you, listening to your music and making love with you. Party, rose, whatever you were saying. Back to 1406, August 12th, 2023. He writes, movie night was off the chain. Movie night was off the chain. Kazam Shack. Yeah. Yeah. It just looked like they're just trying to, keep sticking it to the jurors. Jane Doe set them up, right? Jane Doe wanted those free calls, right? Jane Doe was with it. Jane Doe was setting. Jane Doe was. Jane Doe. Jane, she was doing that. That Jane. Jane. Jury, y'all heard of Jane Doe? Jane Doe was there. Jane Doe, you did a text message. Jane Doe sent a text message, y'all. Jane Doe said, she did this. Jane Doe, Jane Doe said that, right? Jane Doe set that up. Jane Doe said she loved Diddy. Jane Doe, she paid the rent. Jane Doe, she got a son. Jane Doe, yeah, Jane Doe liked to be around Diddy. Jane Doe did. Jane Doe said, that's all they're doing. That's all they're doing. Matter of fact, we need to go to Daphne Joy's page and see if she went off to them. See if she went overseas like she said, or was she lying to the court? I know she got comments off. March 25th, 27th, April 7th. She lied to the court. We need to bring her back in. She lied to the court. She did not go overseas, guys. She's still here in America. Ain't no way she going overseas and ain't posting no photos. She lied to the court. It's over with. Bring her back in. Bring her back in. Diddy's not guilty.
Hey Daphne, how's it going? Daphne, you're in amazing shape, and my girlfriend is too. She kind of looks like you. I'm not in amazing shape. Do you think our relationship can last if I don't start hitting the gym? You're not choking up. You're not choking up.
No, I don't see why not. She needs to be encouraging, right?
No, she's very encouraging, but I'm just very lazy. Have you ever been in a relationship with a guy who's not as fit as you are?
Daphne, we need answers. All right. Well, we don't know if it's her, man. We're just gonna stick with Jane Doe. But it's all the information we have. And movie nights was off the chain. And this is definitely over an hour 15 Diddy docket. Just say P, blah, 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 1406. She says, so we tried something new tonight. He says, call Italian. She won hotel roof, good for drinks and light bites. Smiley faces, kiss face, right? He says, baby, I'm stressed. She says, I'm back to mommy mode. Oh, that's who Frederick is. Frederick was the one that was at the hotel that Diddy was trying to bribe. Enrique Santos, who's the data forensic. Who the fuck is this? I think she had hold on, let me see. She had a list. I kind of liked how that was put together. Let me see. Replies. Might be from the media. Here we go. Here. I like how this is set up here. Let me see. What's going on, Candy? The hell? So she said she was back in mommy mode September 19, 2023. That correspondence to many chats we looked at yesterday. Pull up 1407, not one by one laughs. Go to page 48. I just want to highlight a few that I didn't think were in the chart. DX3187, Diddy writes, headed to ATL. Yeah, man. So she's just trying to get more things inserted in to it. Here goes a little layout. I probably have to still go back and confirm that these names all line up. See, this not even. Frederick was the manager. Frederick wasn't part of the freak off, so that part right there is wrong. Deontay wasn't part of the trafficking either. Unless they was a witness. Oh, it's just witness. Okay, it's not saying it was a victim. So Deontay was a witness. So was Israel. What up, Detroit Kings? The only highlights for today is the only highlights we got for him today is Diddy like men, and Shaq's name got brought up, but we're not sure if it's Shaquille O'Neal or not. That's the only thing that's really happened today. Other than that, we're just going over all the text messages we've been hearing for the last 8 weeks, 7 weeks. But we did hear that Diddy has wild fantasies about a man named Leo. And Shaq's name was brought up. It's only supposed to be an hour and a half, but shit, we've been up here for 2 hours right now. But after we get done with him, the prosecution will probably do a redirect, and then we'll go ahead and lock it up, and then that'll probably be the end of the day because they're doing the Rule 29. So of course we just found out about this, but Rule 29C is after. So you want to get all this documented. You can do it before it. You can do it after the prosecution arrest, and then after the verdict. Is it after the verdict, or it might be after the sentencing? The defendant to move for a judgment of acquittal within 7 days of the guilty verdict. Yeah, so you can do the Rule 29 now to get the judge to dismiss the case and let Diddy walk free after today. The judge is going to go over that. He could say, well, you know what? There ain't enough evidence, and Diddy could walk free. Or you got to wait until the judgment and wait until the verdict is. And that's 29C. So the Rule 29 is the motion for the judgment acquittal, which they're going to do today. And then if that's denied, then after the judgment, boom, they're going to try to hit it again with the 29C. So we found out about the Rule 29, I think last week. And then we just been learning a little bit of legal jargon here and there. I think the judge is going to dismiss it. I don't know. Just upon the RICO, we got to pay out the $100,000. That's a bribery, and we got Diddy with drugs. That right there proves the RICO. You only need 2 crimes upon the RICO. So even if you remove the other ones, as far as the RICO goes, there's 2 crimes already committed right there, just off the drugs and the bribery alone. So I doubt that he's going to dismiss it. And remember, with the drugs, just having possession of drugs is illegal. Just having possession with controlled substance up under federal law is illegal. So it don't even matter if anyone else wanted any of the drugs. Just Diddy having it, that's illegal, which goes up under the RICO. So I don't know, man. From the verdict that the verdict list that the prosecution gave us, I said Diddy was 1 for 10. There was 11 on there. I said Diddy was 1 for 10. I won't give him the arson, but everything else, he falls up under it. But arson, I'll take arson out. Maybe conspiracy, but I'll just go ahead and say it's not proven. Yeah, I don't even know that's what I want to know. Was there really a plea deal? You know, no one really even knows. Let me see. The details of the plea deal were not disclosed, but it was described as an offer for a lighter sentence in exchange for pleading guilty. But we don't know how long it was. Maybe it may have been like a 20 piece. 20 piece Diddy you still could have got out of 75. A 20 piece ain't that bad. Oh yeah, the guns too. Yeah, you got the guns in the house. But I don't know, the guns might be hard to prove. Well, because the guns were in the security room, the security office. But I think in the other house there were some guns that were found. Let's say it was a 20 piece. So they offer him 20. He got to do 80%. That's 16 minus the year. 15 years. Get out at 70 years old. My pops is 74 and he's still bucking like 5 dudes for Trey. Diddy could get out at 70 years old and still have a cool little 10, 15, 20-year life. I don't know, man. If it was 20, I probably would have took 20. Yeah, I do. All right, look, we got 1 year time served. Some good behavior. Let's say minus 2 years, plus an early release. Early release. We can go ahead and get us like a little 2-piece early release. We down to about 11 years, and then we can get into a halfway home. A halfway home, maybe a year and a half, maybe a year and a half. We looking at maybe 10 years. I may have took that 20 and been just, I do an appeal. You know what I mean? I pled guilty to this, but maybe this, you can take that off and we might get out in 10. If it was 20. But remember, he's facing life. So a lighter sentence could be 50 years. You know what I mean? So a plea deal is up to the prosecution. The prosecution is going to be the one that issues out how many years it is. Now, if the judge doesn't see that it's a fair amount, like they try to do like something that's too ridiculous, then the judge will step in. But typically the plea deal comes from the prosecution. But remember, he's facing life. So I don't know if they were going to give like 20 years. They may have been telling that nigga, we'll do 25, 30 years off of a life sentence. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know. See, no one gave us we won't get the details till after they. Yeah, we don't know what it is, but Diddy explicitly stated, yes, I did, when asked did he reject the plea deal. If he could face life. So yeah, I don't know. A life sentence may have been 30 years. Wait. No, Diddy was, I mean, not Diddy, R. Kelly was found guilty. He went and did his like a real man. Yeah, shit. Yeah, you better be praying, but like, I don't know, man. I probably would have took, man, I ain't gonna lie to you. I probably would have took the plea. You still got some money. You can still live comfortable in jail. They still gonna keep you isolated away from the real thugs and criminals. You ain't gonna be like Tory Lanez. You're not about to be in general pop. Yeah, and you rather be in federal prison than state prison. State prison, they don't give a fuck. State prison is hell on earth. But yeah, you go to the feds, you be living all right, man. So right here, this is exactly what we're talking about. This guy's saying Puff would have been better with a public defender. These lawyers charged him $15 million just to read off texts in court. They did nothing. But this is federal court. So when you go to the feds, if you got the money, you got to get you a lawyer. The feds ain't issuing you no motherfucking public defender unless you ain't got the money. The feds is different, man. That's just how the feds play. They gonna get that money out of you one way or another. Yeah, it ain't. Yeah, if you got money, the Fed said, nigga, buy a lawyer. We not about to have no shit show up in the courthouse. If you got money, hire yourself a lawyer. If we go through your finances, you ain't got money, all right, we'll get you one off the Criminal Justice Act. But other than that, if you got money, the Fed said, nigga, you gonna buy a lawyer. And we gonna run that motherfucker up too. So boy, the feds are different, boy. When they come into play. All right, they starting to call for the impeachment of Donnie. All right. As long as they ain't firing off nothing. Hey, they did just remove you remember like last week they nominated Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize for the peace in the Middle East? Them niggas revoked that shit today. They took it back. They said, nah, we're not nominating you, man. Ain't nobody listening to your goofy ass. But we ain't on lockdown over here. Woo! Woo, we ain't on lockdown. You're now free to travel. All right. Diddy writes, I can't even look. It would drive me crazy. Jane writes, muy caliente with a sweating face. This shit was different. All of it. That was September 24th, 2023. This is around my brother's birthday. Yes, this message says, we had a great DAW. A great da? A great day? Jane writes, Diddy, I want to see mommy. What Jane writes, Daddy want to see mommy be bad tonight, right? Slide that. What? Come on, wait a minute. So Jane writes, Daddy want to see mommy be bad tonight. Slide that dent in me at the restaurant. No water emojis. Yes. What the fuck? Right. She right. I'm going to blow your mind tonight. Can't wait to lick your nipples. Right? You don't want to lick Diddy's nipples. Diddy be having DNA on his nipples. Jane said, Jane sent more emojis, Drew. She writes, it's sexy here in the hotel. Yeah, we need to run to the freak store. Let's skip ahead to 55, she writes. I didn't have time to do my nails. And he says, I effing love it. Nah, rock muy caliente. Yeah, I mean, all of this is based off of she's doing all of this because if she doesn't do it, the rent isn't paid. She's doing whatever it is to keep that $10,000 rent paid. Financial coercion. I mean, I don't know, man. You can look at it anyway. I'm with y'all. I believe, and I've said this multiple times. Yeah, she got abused by Diddy. We're not here for the decision she makes, but she's a bum. I've been saying that from the beginning. She's a bum. But that don't make what Diddy doing right. And we're not here for the dumb decisions. Like, yeah, she's doing all of this. And she's saying everything that Diddy wants to hear because she knows if she doesn't, then that means the $10,000 rent is going to stop. Now, like all of us, we're looking at it like, well, go get a fucking job and go live somewhere you can afford and not depend on this money. But we're not here for the dumb decisions that people make. You know what I mean? But I'm with you guys. Well, I don't know if y'all with me, but I've called her a bum since the beginning. You know, I'm not defending Diddy or anything. This is on, she wants to live that lifestyle, so she's voluntarily doing this. But that doesn't eliminate Diddy paying prostitutes. That doesn't change Diddy flying her to a different state and then flying a prostitute in to have sex with her. You see what I'm saying? Now, if he just flew a guy in and they were all in there just having happy-go-lucky free calls, okay, cool. But once you fly a nigga in with company funds and then you paying him to have sex with her, that's where it's illegal. So it's like, again, yeah, you know, everyone does that in the entertainment business, Mo. So you saying all these rappers should be arrested? If all them niggas is caught, then arrest them niggas. But just because you do a crime and don't get caught don't mean it's not illegal. Man, that means everybody. What about these rock stars? You think these rock stars ain't getting arrested for this shit too? They are. But you only subscribe to black entertainment. We don't give a fuck what drummer from Blink 182 gets in trouble for. Who the fuck cares about Blink 182? Now, if it's Limp Bizkit, that's different because I used to listen to Fred Durst. You know what I'm saying? Everybody knew Limp Bizkit. But yeah, like if Marilyn Manson gets arrested or something for this weird shit, we don't give a fuck about Marilyn Manson. We didn't listen to that motherfucker. We don't care. They are getting arrested the same way. We just don't pay attention to it. You go on social media, you're not following any white gossip pages. You're following black shit. It's going to be stuff that you know. You know what I mean? No, Harvey Weinstein is down to, You see, Harvey Weinstein is down the hallway from Diddy and just got found guilty again. They got Bill Cosby on there, Kales, Diddy, Kevin Spacey. Then they got Cuba on here. That 70s show, nigga, 30 years. And this is December 2022, 30 years. Now I'm sure you could definitely find more, but we don't watch that. We don't watch white people, so we don't care what they got going on. That ain't got nothing to do with our culture. Oh, the same shit. Jane and Diddy discuss flying Sly out September 23. Conversation discuss flight options for the entertainer. Sly exchanged an explicit message. I love being kinky for you. I love driving you wild. Jane texted Diddy. In a later message, Jane told Diddy that she needed to get some outfits for the freak store and that she was pale and hadn't had her nails done. Diddy said, I effing love it. The next day, Jane texted Sly in part, tonight was amazing per usual. So this is, oh, excuse me. Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, so where Diddy's at right now, what is it? The EDC or the CD? I don't know where Diddy's being held, but yeah, after he's found, if he's found guilty, then they're gonna transfer him to a different, like R. Kelly's down in North Carolina. So the feds, they can send you anywhere. Of course, when you go to state prison, it's gonna be at one of the state prisons, but yeah, see, he's just in a detention center here. But we wouldn't know what federal building he was going to until after. They'll probably try to get him somewhere close to New York or probably either New York or Miami. It just depends on where his family is going to be at. He wouldn't go to no high security, so he'd probably be in like the medium to low security. So they got a couple in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, South Carolina, Texas, California, Connecticut, Jersey, Illinois. Or hell, you never know. He might be in minimum security. You don't want to go to this ADX Florence. This is the max. This is where El Chapo is. El Chapo, the damn Boston bomber. Yeah, you don't want to go into this one. This shit different. Yeah, so you might go to like either Tallahassee or you might go to the Florida one, the Miami one, to be close to this. But I don't know if they even gonna own the house down there in Florida. I know for sure they ain't gonna be making no payments on them houses. Yeah, you don't want to be in West Virginia. That's up in the mountains. Bernie Madoff, I think he went to a low level, didn't he? I think he may have been in the Pennsylvania. Oh, he was in North Carolina. Oh, he's down there where R. Kelly is. I think that's where R. Kelly was. Butner. Yep, that's where R. Kelly is. Down there where Bernie Madoff went. Yeah, see, R. Kelly was in Chicago, but then they transferred him. And that's the thing about, and look, that's what they talking about here. Ponzi scheme mastermind Bernie Madoff died. Yeah, so he was in Chicago at first, but then they transferred him. And that's the thing about the damn federal prisons. They'll ship you up out of there, but typically they try to keep you closer to where you were charged at and arrested. Well, he went to Chicago from New York, and then they sent his ass on down to North Carolina. So tell me, how did I get live? And that's crazy. R. Kelly wrote that too. All right, let's see. We got any updates? We're just going over the same text messages. We're not getting anything new. Yeah, R.I.P. to Bernie, man. The richest fraudster ever. But you don't hear everybody say, oh man, they don't go after white. Why y'all ain't say nothing about Bernie Madoff? They went after Bernie Madoff, locked his ass up. They went after Epstein, who's larger than everybody, locked his ass up. There's more white folk in prison now per capita than there's more blacks, but overall, there's more white people commit crimes in America than any other race, just because there's more of them. Most of the crimes are committed by white folk. It's just you don't care because you're not white. So you don't give a fuck about them. Not in the sense that we hate people over here, because we don't hate nobody. I'm just saying I don't really indulge into white culture. Or let me say American culture, white American culture. Because I'm over here in German culture. I'm going to Oktoberfest this year. I'm going to Oktoberfest. I'm getting towed up. Yeah, Russell Brand going down. The CEO of Abercrombie and Finch. Oh, but you want to talk about him, man? We did a whole 4-hour live on him. It's just he ain't in trial right now. When Diddy wasn't in trial, we didn't care. We didn't follow up on this. All right, let's see what the hell Tina got going on. Tina has Jonathan Perez. How does he look? You could put him in front of someone, but he just took a full bar. So I think he'll be asleep soon. Damn, Diddy was on the Zan bar? Gotta turn off the screen. Yeah, it looks like everyone's just like us. No one, we're over here. We over here going down a list of federal prisons, who got locked up, who overlapped. The defense, I don't know what the hell they doing, but when they were trying to send me to Leavenworth, though, I tell you that. Mike Vick was down there in Leavenworth, Kansas. That's where they were trying to send me. Those 4 years I was facing in 2012, they were trying to send me down there. The allegations against Smokey Robinson, it's the same as Tyler Perry. It's just a civil suit. So we haven't really heard anything about that. It's probably not gonna go to court. They'll probably either end up settling out or debunk it or something. But yeah, like it's a whole bunch of cases, man. So yeah, the last thing we got from Smokey Robinson was May 29th, so about a month ago. But then Smokey Robinson filed $500 million case against the accusers. Yeah, it's all over the place, man. It's best to not even make no money in life, man. Diddy? Yeah, Luigi's still in jail. Yeah, Luigi locked up. Luigi, they didn't donate money to Luigi, man. That motherfucker Luigi, we'll have to cover his trial. I don't even remember his last name. Luigi Magno. Medical student who opened up fire on doctor obsessed with dialysis grievance. You got Luigi's cellmate doing interviews, what it's like living with the CEO killer. Prosecutor trying to bias the public against Luigi. He's not doing court till September, so we got 3 years for that. I'm not 3 years, 3 months for that. Well, his previously hearing was set for June 26th, was rescheduled. So he's not doing court till December. So I guess he's going to get seen in September, and then I guess his trial starts in December. Oh, no. So he ain't going to go to, he's not going to trial till 26. So it'll probably be around this time next year that he goes to trial. They'll go to court in December at the time the judge will set a trial date. So we'll have the Louis. Shit, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. I might be fatigued by then. What up, Slime? Nothing crazy went on today. We got an NDA. Jane and Diddy discussed the NDA for the new entertainer in August of 23. Text message August 23. Jane and Diddy discuss having an entertainer sign an NDA. Diddy asked Jane what she thought about the new guy. She replied, "He seems cool, babe. Hopefully he doesn't know anybody we know, LOL." She also said, "We should make sure the man signed the paperwork." Based on the messages reviewed in court, the defense, Tina Geragos, is unclear whether Jane followed through on the NDA or if they hired the entertainer for a hotel night. The NDA wouldn't be hers. The NDA would be Diddy's. Who is she to sign an NDA? Who is she to have a nigga sign an NDA? The NDA would have been on Diddy's behalf. So it's like that shows that it's going through Diddy's company. Or that Diddy was paying for it. But she said based on these messages, she's unclear. So why the fuck are you bringing it up if you're unclear? That's reasonable doubt. We don't know if she did it or not, so fuck it. You can't even include it. Yeah, Jane Doe is 50's baby mama, allegedly. We think it's Jane Doe. But yeah, so he ain't gonna be on trial till 2026, probably this time next year, if it doesn't get pushed back. Then you got Tyler Perry, you got Smokey Robinson, Fat Joe, but you know they already got their issues with Fat Joe and when it comes to like the black community and stuff. Christina Quorum asked Jonathan Perez look like they turned the cameras off. She's a wheeze. All right, Garagos. Here you have flight records for Jane going from LA to Miami 5 days before Diddy's post on the IG video, right? Right. Now, a phone call from Anton to Jane, 0 seconds. What does this mean? The clock starts ringing. Yeah, man, this is rough, man. I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't even know if I really want to do the closing arguments. That's about to be 8 hours of let me not sleep like that, man. This is a Diddy trial. You never know what could be flying around here. Yeah, man, it's about to be 4 hours of the same shit that we done did today. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. We at 2.5 or 2:45 right now. Once they finish up with Joseph, the special agent, then I guess we're done. I guess the rule 29 will go through. So I guess we'll do deep dives into like the Tyler Perry for tomorrow, probably Tyler Perry and the Fat Joe-ish. And we're gonna finish this up, man. But this is where we're at. Yeah, just more porn, and that's it, really. Oh boy. Give me a second, guy. I was going through it today, man, because my damn, like I said, my SIM card ain't working. So when it logged me out of like all my YouTubes and stuff, so I had to resend my links and everything, man. Like reset my passwords because it wouldn't let me log in. It logged me out of YouTube. It logged me out of my damn Gmail because I'm using the damn German number. Boy, I got to call T-Mobile and tell them you need to expedite that. I need that shit right now. Wish I had a lie detector test right now. So Moochie just sent me this. I don't know if I can enlarge this or not. That's crazy. They said Diddy high. Good old Diddy, man. You can't go wrong with a Diddy party. You can't go wrong with a Diddy party. Oh, you're supposed to be going to her page and see what the hell she got going on.
Over. The government has reached the end of its case. So let's break down how they're trying to prove one of the most serious charges. RICO. To prove RICO, the government has to show three things. One, that there was a criminal enterprise. Two, that Diddy was a part of it. And three, that he committed at least two predicate acts to advance or protect it. First, they're accusing him of building a network of assistants, bodyguards, and staff to carry out illegal acts for him, which is why we heard from a number of his personal assistants. Now, there were no official ranks, but it seemed that the government was trying to prove that the assistants would get their instructions from KK, Christina Quorum, his chief of staff, and also his bodyguards would be the ones to handle any cash to pay for the drugs or the escorts. Now let's talk about the predicate acts, the crimes that hold this RICO charge together. And remember, the government only needs to prove that two of these occurred. First is sex trafficking, and the government had their star witness, Cassie, lay the groundwork, saying Diddy coerced her into these sex acts with male escorts while he watched to satisfy his sexual desires. Cassie testified that she was coerced to do these freak-offs through drugs, acts of violence, blackmail, and threats to her reputation or career. Then there was victim number two, Jane, who essentially said the same thing. She says that she was introduced to freak-offs through Diddy under the guise of a relationship, was coerced through drugs and financial manipulation. Jane testified that if she refused to do the freak-offs, Diddy would threaten to stop paying her rent and she would lose her housing. Another big thing that the government set out to prove was to show that the lines were often blurred between personal and business, with assistants setting up hotel rooms and booking travel for the male escorts. And there's bribery, and the government had Eddie Garcia, who was a security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel, testify. That's the hotel where Diddy is seen violently assaulting Cassie on surveillance video. And Eddie testified that the morning of the assault, he gets a call not only from Christina Quorum, but from Diddy himself, asking to get a copy of that tape. Eventually, Eddie Garcia testified that Diddy paid $100,000 for that copy. Then there's kidnapping, and that's where Diddy's former employee, Capricorn Clark, comes in. Capricorn Clark testified that while she was working for Diddy, she was accused of stealing jewelry and was taken by his employees to a dilapidated building on and off for 5 days, strapped to a lie detector test. She was told she'd be thrown into the East River if she failed. And then again, a few years later, Capricorn said that Diddy showed up to her door with a gun, demanding that she get into the car so that they can confront Kid Cudi. Next is drug distribution. Several assistants said that they were tasked with purchasing, organizing, and carrying drugs for Diddy. Several witnesses testified to regular drug use, ecstasy, cocaine, ketamine, GHB. Importantly, Cassie and Jane said that they were given drugs, particularly ecstasy, so that they can engage in these freak-offs, with Cassie saying she eventually became dependent on them. Then we have forced labor. And that's where victim number 4, Diddy's former assistant who testified under the name Mia, comes in. Mia also testified working long hours for Diddy and staying up for days. She says she eventually moved into his home so she could be at his beck and call and was cut off from seeing family and friends and couldn't leave. She also said that she feared what would happen if she said no. Mia also testified that Diddy was violent and also sexually assaulted her. The government told the judge that they plan on wrapping up their case today. Then the defense said they need 2 days to present their case. So we could be.
They said they was going to close it up today. We just been waiting. Oh boy. All right, let's get it. Wild King Nice at James home. Hey, bro. If Tina Garagos don't get her ass off the motherfucking floor and tell them, hey, judge, we're done, man. We don't give a fuck about no more of these free calls, man. We get it. Here you have flight records. Jane going to LA. IG video, right? We don't have the public screen zone. Play this video. We hear audio. Beautiful day like this. A bass playing. That was June 24, right? Right. Let me play more video. Oh, 3 jurors' devices are not working. Golly, come on. Somewhere in between, Slim. Somewhere in between. Wild King modes or Gucci bag active. Flight record showed Jane flew to Miami before Diddy. May 2024 apology video. Flight record showed Jane flew to Miami to Los Angeles days before Diddy. Instagram post in May of 24 responding to the release of the surveillance footage showing the Intercontinental with Cassie. Defense attorney Tina confirmed with HSI special agent that the records listed in the summary chart do not indicate any evidence of a third-party meeting with Diddy and Combs at the house. Yeah, she said they didn't. She said she was at the house with the family. She was sitting around. The family had a huddle. Then she had to step away and let the family do what they were going to do. They went on and made the video, and they made 3 or 4 rough drafts because the prosecution was trying to get all of the drafts submitted. Tina, how do I remember all of this? And you trying to bring this up right now on this last day. Tina, we get it. She flew out there before Diddy. Sometimes she set up freak offs. We get it. But the crime is, did Diddy pay for the said freak offs? The crime is, did Diddy have drugs? Did Diddy fly niggas to different states or countries and pay them to sleep with women? That's what we're here for. We don't care what the fuck Jane Doe did. We don't give a damn what Cassie did. We don't care that Christina Courtroom helped you out. We don't care that Robin authorized the money to leave the account. We care about the crimes that Diddy committed. We don't give a fuck. She said, oh, I like that. Oh, I like that, Danny. We don't give a fuck. We get it. She was doing all of it to keep her rent paid. The crime is Diddy was paying niggas to sleep with her. That's the illegal part. Defend that. Quit telling us that, oh, she was texting Sly. Sly, we had a good time. We don't give a fuck. Guess what? She only had a good time with Sly because Diddy paid for it. The illegal act was Diddy paying for it. We don't care that Jane Doe set it up. Who booked the hotel room and reimbursed her when she paid for it? Diddy did. Who brought the money to her? The security did, via Christina Courtroom, via Diddy saying we need more bottles in this motherfucker, 20 to be exact. Who said, Robin, we need you to book these flights through Combs Enterprise? Everybody talking about, well, there's no enterprise. Nigga, Combs Enterprise paid for prostitutes to go to different states. They got their own travel agency. This shit is as simple as it comes, Tina. Why are you giving us these same texts? She said right here she was cooking and she loved to mess with Sly. We don't give a shit. She ain't on trial. We don't give a damn that she was throwing that monkey around. We know she's throwing that thing around. Y'all played 15 hours of free calls. We know that. Defend this nigga Diddy. Stop telling us what Jane did and tell us what Diddy didn't do. That's what we're here to see. Is Diddy innocent or is Diddy guilty? We're not here to say Jane Doe is innocent. Jane Doe is guilty. Cassie's innocent. Cass, we don't give a fuck what they did. We're here for the crimes at hand. Why did Diddy text Christina Courtroom that he needed drugs? Why did he text Brendan Paul that he needed drugs? Why did he authorize $5,000 from Robin, the accountant at TriStar, to send to Christina Courtroom, to send to Fahim to get the money, to get the drugs, and bring it back to Diddy? Defend that. We don't care that Jane Doe is throwing that monkey to pay the rent. We know she's a bum. 50 Cent has called her a bum. We know she's a bum. We know she's fucking to get the rent paid. But we want to know, why is Diddy using that rent over her head to force her into these X acts? Oh, man, she was willing to do it. If you remove the money, you think she's doing this for free? No, she's doing this shit because she's getting something in return, which is illegal in its own sense. But we're not here for what the fuck Jane Doe was setting up or doing, Tina. You can try that with juror number 6, but guess what? They got that lying, stupid nigga off the motherfucking jury pool. They said, nigga, you signed the documents that said you lived in New York and you've been living with your baby mama in Jersey. Get your stupid ass the fuck up out of here. You may have pulled a fast one with juror number 6, but over here, over here, we ain't trying to hear that shit, man. Hurry the fuck up. Get this shit over with, man. We get it. She flew down there. You didn't defend Diddy beating Cassie's ass. You didn't defend Diddy paying $100,000 for this incident that she flew down 5 days before he made the goddamn apology video. Defend that nigga in the bribery charge of the $100,000 he sent to motherfucking Edie Garcia. Defend something. Stop reading these fucking text messages. We don't care anymore. All right. It was cool when this trial started 7 weeks ago. Oh man, it's about to be crazy. We about to have all kinds of celebrity. We heard maybe Kanye showed up and we heard Shaq's name today. If you ain't dropping no bombshells that somebody else did something and made Diddy go do it, we ain't trying to hear it no more, man. We're done. We're fed up with this shit, man. It's hot as a motherfucker in here. I keep looking up to get updates, and I don't want to be quiet so you guys aren't just sitting here looking at me, not doing anything. But mother freak, we doing the same thing all day. They said an hour and a half. We've been here for 3 hours talking about text messages of Jane saying she was going to suck some today, and she messed with one of the niggas outside of Diddy. Guess what? She ain't on trial. We not here to determine if she's innocent, if she's guilty, if she's a project. We don't give a fuck. All we know is that Diddy was paying niggas. Defend that, and let's get this motherfucking show on the road. Where'd the drugs come from? Where's the money coming from? Is it Diddy's money? Yes or no? You talked about the Amex card, but you failed to realize that you never mentioned that Combs Enterprise, the one that was booking all these flights, was owned by Diddy. You keep missing all of that. Who booked this flight for Jane Doe from Miami? Miami from Los Angeles. Oh, that's right. Combs Enterprise. Talk about that. How much money did Diddy spend through his travel agency to fly her ass down there? Because that's where it's coming from. We know she's a bum. She has $0. She can't get her hair, her nails, her clothes, none of that unless Diddy is sending her the money. Sent $15,000 for a free call. Gotta send her money for the hotel rooms. Defend that shit. We don't care that her and Sly had a good time. April 22nd, 2023. We don't give a fuck. We don't even know Jane Doe's real name. That means she is a protected witness. That means nothing that we say in here is going to be held against her. Defend this nigga Diddy and make a good defense. Because right now we're all sitting here bored as hell. And then we got to listen to your closing arguments about the same bullshit we just talked about here, because you're not going to defend nothing. You're just going to put the blame on Jane Doe and Cassie. And guess what? That shit ain't going to work. You need to defend this nigga some way, somehow, because the jurors, they just sent me a message. Now, I'm not going to reveal juror number 8 sent me a message, but juror number 8 said, Mo, I know you covering this and I ain't supposed to be listening to nothing you say, but you were 1,000% right with what you got going on right now. This shit is boring as hell. It started off good. It was crazy. We found out Diddy like boys. Shaq may have been there, but we don't give a fuck about none of that. Defend this nigga paying for these male escorts who turn into prostitutes because Diddy paid them. Defend that. Defend the drugs. Defend something, please. We got 11 predicate crimes that go up under RICO, and you ain't defending none of them. The only thing we can defend is that Jane Doe has unlimited text messages and data. That's the only thing we know about this case. Diddy, he has a Tootsie Roll. He likes male endowments. He puts, I forgot what the fuck he put on the guy, applesauce on hamburgers. Did I mention he liked looking at niggas' wee-wees? He likes DNA on his chest, but you ain't defended nothing. All we know is this nigga's nasty, and she got unlimited text messaging, and this nigga's behind on bills, can't pay it because we heard that multiple accounts pay off his Amex because he's over his head. He's in debt. We haven't defended anything, guys. When I say we, I'm talking about a defense, but let's defend something. You know what I mean? When we gonna talk about the crimes? There's no crime with her fucking Sly. There's no crime with her going to the freak off store. There's no crime with her getting her hair done. There's no crime with Diddy sending her money to buy clothes. Let's talk about the crimes. Oh, we got a video. We got a video of a freak off. Okay, nigga, who paid for that freak off, man? Who? Who booked that flight for that nigga, man? Let's defend that. I'm doing all I can to entertain you guys, and I'm running out of shit, man. It's getting tough over here. Usually I'm on here, we good to go. But I'm looking at the timer. I'm like, damn, we just hit 3 hours. It's getting kind of rough because I ain't really got too much to talk about because it's the same old song. Just a different text with a different escort. Yeah. What up, Slime? Thank you for that $5 Canadian, man, for your sanity. But I'm just saying, like, we aren't defending nothing. And I'm sitting here reading the same thing. We have more devices charged up. We'll hear the music. Now play the entire video. Now let's jump in ahead of this 7 to 8 minutes. And now minute 19. So we're just sitting here while they play videos. Here you have flight records or whatever. We already read that. So we're just... Garrett goes, almost done. Please stop it here. Do you see the message from Jane? I have the best memories. I have just a few to asking about 1409. Bring up 1408. Do you see an account transfer of $22,000? I know this special agent. He's sitting up there like, wait. Hey, man, I'm only here to go over charts. All right. That's all I'm here to do is go over charts. I didn't come here to read text messages and do, stage plays up here. I'm going to play Jane Doe. You play Diddy. I ain't come up here for 3 days of testifying about this shit, man. I just wanted to tell y'all what I know. And this is what they presented to me. The Korean brainwashed prisoners with this technique. Yeah, I'm looking like, yeah, maybe juror number 6, you could have pulled this fast one on, but all of us were like, wait a minute. Are you going to defend any of the crimes? All right, so what's this account transfer? $22,000. Binky, thank you for the $10 talking about woo size. Almost. No, I'm good. I'm just saying, y'all know when I'm on here, when I do my live after shows, I give y'all 6-7 hours of pure entertainment. But there's really nothing I can do when it's just the same thing over and over. Okay, what account transfers is $22,000? We know she ain't got no funky ass $22,000. So it's got to be from Diddy's account. What is this $22,000 going to? Look, everybody in the comments is like, how much more? It's over with, guys. Come on. Diddy, I already told y'all how I feel. If Diddy loses this case, I got to call out all these lawyers, man, because they told me this is a dream team. They told us that this was the dream team. Ain't that what they said? They said this is Diddy's dream team. We got the $7 man. Dog, they literally got a guy on this case that won a case for $7. And then he took a guy on appeal and the nigga got life. That's the lawyer that he got. A guy that won a $7 case. And then he took a guy that was going for an appeal and they gave that nigga life again. He came in there for an appeal. They looked at it. The judge said, oh yeah, nigga. Life, nigga. What did we give you the first time life? Add another life to that motherfucker. They gave that nigga another life sentence. I mean, it wasn't 2 life sentences, but it was just the life sentence he was appealing. They went in there and said, no, nigga, life. Yeah, they had Brian Steele down there in that state case with Young Thug. I'll go to jail. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm just talking shit. All these lawyers are probably, I won't say probably, all these lawyers are good. But, you know, just for us, it's like, come on, man. Brian Steele, you know, everybody, oh, man, Diddy got Brian Steele, man. You know he about to get Diddy off, man. Nigga, this is not goddamn Georgia. This is not Fulton County. First of all, Fulton County is Freaknik. You know what I'm saying? I remember Magic City before the Freaknik, before the police started all that weak shit. You know what I'm saying? All the skinny hoe get loose with it, and then the big girl let Bruce hit it, let a nigga fuck tonight. Damn right, bitch. Fuck for wife, when you slump tonight. You know what I'm saying? All I do is count. Yeah, that's what was going on down there at the Young Thug trial. This the feds. They ain't playing around with you. They don't give a fuck you, Brian Steele, nigga. Brian Steele ain't trying none of that slick talking with the judge up here. Brian Steele was calling the judges out down there in Atlanta. That nigga got in his federal court case and goddamn got in line. Motherfucking Brian Steele, well, Your Honor, I think this. Okay, yeah, we'll look at it. Yeah, it ain't. You need to do that. Nah, Brian Steele ain't do none of that shit up in this federal court. Hell no, man. It's different when you playing with the feds. Even the lawyers act different. They were acting a plum dumb fool down there in Georgia. Brian Steele was right. Remember everybody? Oh, Brian Steele, he got the court in order. Brian Steele, he's the big, Brian Steele, he the big dog down there. But up in this federal courthouse, shit a little bit different. Around here, there ain't no gun lines. You know what I mean? It ain't no gun line, no nothing. No, ain't no gun line. Ain't no fences, ain't no gun line. This federal court up here, come as you are, leave as a convicted fucking felon. They ain't playing with you niggas, man. Tina Garrett goes up here talking about, yeah, you see these flights from Miami to Los Angeles? Yeah, nigga, we see them. Who paid for them motherfuckers? Yeah, we see them. Who paid for them? Nigga, we don't give a fuck. She out there 5 days before that, nigga. Who paid for them? That's what we want to know. Who bought the drugs? That's what we want to know. We don't give a fuck. Now, if he beats this, then... But if he loses, I don't want to hear nothing about no dream team. Dream teams ain't supposed to be losing. Now, Nicole Westmoreland, but again, I'm taking this case. If I'm a defense attorney and Diddy's team comes to me like, we got $1 million, shit. Okay, what do we need to do? Let me get all your records. So, Diddy, I need your phone. Okay, give me that information there. Diddy, I need the contact number to your mother, your kids. Also, I need all the financial records for Bad Boy Enterprises. Okay, we got Comb Enterprises here. What is your Ciroc deal? Do you have any extra Ciroc, untapped Ciroc? Okay, bring some of that in too. We're gonna do a little bit of research on that. Okay, you said Cassie in the hotel. Okay, I seen the video. It's crazy, but we can just say that's CGI. Okay, they edit that right there. Okay, so that's good. We're there. Jane Doe. So you're saying Jane Doe, she's her baby father you had issues with, allegedly. So she's known to hop from dick to dick with whoever got the most money. Okay, good. So we're going to get her as a gold digger / groupie. Okay, we're good there. So we got that under control. So you do have a drug problem, right? You went to rehab? Okay, good. So we can definitely use that in the courtroom. We'll probably bring up your who'd you go to a rehab with? Rehabilitation. Okay, it was down. Okay, we're definitely going to have them come up here on the stand. We're going to have them talk about how you did great, but it's kind of shaky. Sometimes people relapse, so we'll definitely throw that in there. Okay. You said Cassie was putting you through a lot of stress by dating a lot of men, and she also had like STIs and certain things of that nature. So you were kind of fearful for your life too. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely put that in there. We're going to see if we can subpoena her medical records. Okay, we'll do that. Let me see. Christina Corm, a white lady trying to bring a black man down. We'll definitely do that. I'm going to do a little bit of digging. I got some FBI partners. We're going to go do a deep dive on her. I'm thinking that she might be an informant because we haven't seen her around. So we're definitely going to throw her in the mix. Okay, what else do we got? What do you guys have? What do you other superstar attorneys got? Because I'm putting in work here. We're getting this guy off. Don't worry, Diddy. I know they're charging you $100,000. I'm only charging 1.5 million. It ain't too much, but trust me, we're gonna get this thing down pat. You said Farnsworth Bentley was around doing all of this also. Okay, we're gonna put some of the charges on him. What do you know about Kanye West? I know Kanye West was feuding with you online a couple of years ago, so we could just say that Kanye was actually the one that orchestrated this. And when he called you a fed, see, we can use that in the courtroom. We can say, see, even Kanye thinks Diddy's a fed. So if he is a fed, he wouldn't be acting like this. So again, I think this video might be CGI. I'm not for sure. Let me look at the edits because they said the times were off. Oh, they said $100,000. Who walks around with $100,000? When would we ever have 100? We barely have $1,500. Yeah, you remember the negotiating the $600? Yeah, we barely got $600. How are we gonna have $100,000? And who came up with that? Christina Corm was there, right? Okay, so Christina Corm was the one that offered $100,000 for the video because we seen the text where Christina said you shouldn't leave because we'll get in trouble for it. Okay, so that's good. Start blaming the white woman. Christina Corm is going to go down for this because we don't want to bring down a black man. Of course, with 6 white prosecutors. Oh yeah, this is going to look real good on you. Oh, what is your connection with Reverend Al Sharpton? Because we would definitely need to bring him out and have a big. Let me see. Yeah, we could do probably like a maybe we can find a big black church. Nah, not TD Jakes. I'm hearing he was on some freaky shit also. So we can get us a big black church, a huge congregation, bring Reverend Al Sharpton. What's that other bald head nigga? that kind of talk funny. Oh, Ben Crump. We bring Ben Crump too. Have Ben Crump do a little bit of talking. How close are you with the mayor of New York, Eric Adams? I know he gave you the key, but he had his own little thing. Do you know anything about him? How about him taking bribes? You know, the Turkish government, they actually bribed him and gave him some stuff. So do you know anything else about that? Is there anything you can tell? Oh, you do? Okay. We're definitely going to use that because if we can throw a politician in here, that would definitely look good for our defense. So we got mayor. I know this is going to be a sensitive subject here, but what do you have on Donald Trump? Do you have any information? He's came over, he's told you something, he's may have made some remarks against the like black community or something, because we could definitely throw that testimony in there. Okay, so you do? Okay, you got an old email. What's that old email? Slick Oil 3. Slick Oil 3. All right, we'll use that. There ain't nothing else in that email, is there? Okay, Slick Oil 3. We're gonna have to admit that now. I'm just letting you know. But all right, so okay, good. We got that. So we got us. Oh, we need an alibi. That arson, that Kid Cudi shit. You said you and Kid Cudi, y'all squashed the beef. Okay, so and you worked with Kid Cudi prior to the alleged event, right? Oh, so you're a loyal motherfucker, right? So you wouldn't do nothing to a friend. So, okay, Kid Cudi, we can go and get that arson out of there. Now, Capricorn Clark is like a sister to Lauren London, right? Now, you always paid Lauren London. Lauren London has never had any complaints against you. So Capricorn Clark, her credibility, we can really shoot that out the window about the 80,000 you didn't pay her in overtime, right? Like, did she actually document any of that or she just made up a number? HR told us, okay. Who works HR? Now, I know you had some complaints at HR. So that person that said that it was $80,000, how many times had they showed up late for work? Because if we can get any records of them being written up for showing up late, their credibility be shot also. And how close was Capricorn Clark with HR and as far as finance? Because if we can get some cooperation between the two, some collusion, then we can definitely strike that out of here. And that right there would be gone. And then everything Capricorn said from there, we can definitely get that dismissed. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Are y'all putting together anything? I'm over here working with Mr. Combs, trying to get this nigga off, and y'all sitting around listening to me do all the damn work. I'm going through everything. We're trying to get this man off. This is an innocent man right here. And you guys, see, that's why you should pay me $3 million and don't pay them all that money. They ain't working. I'm trying to work. Edie Garcia, matter of fact, that Israel Flores, that cop, we did a deep dive on him. Did you know he shot a nigga in 23? Yeah, the same guy that was security, he shot a nigga. Allegedly. But we did a little deep dive on him, so we don't know if we can really trust his ass either. You see what I'm saying? You got to go to work if you're going to be on the defense. All this reading text messages, fuck that. Blame somebody else, man. Throw everyone up under the bus, nigga. We going out with a bang. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm expecting from the defense. I'm thinking we about to call witnesses up here. We about to say that Jane Doe was the worst person we've ever encountered. Cassie was a deviant. Yeah, I'm throwing, man, as a defense attorney, man, you got to get paid to act a damn fool. Jury watches more explicit videos of Jane. We get it. She got down for 10 bands. She's a bum. She was effing for $1. But who paid these niggas? Why was Diddy recording this? Defend something. If I'm the defense, I'm not showing any more freak off videos. This ain't doing nothing but showing that Diddy paid niggas. I tried, guys. I tried to put together a defense. I'm trying to entertain you guys at the same time, but we just going around in circles. Like, look at this. Records show Diddy paid for Jane and the entertainer's travel from a personal account, but the summary chart lists travel manager as the payer. Do you not know, even though Diddy paid for the entertainers and Jane Doe with his personal account, who did Diddy pay? Diddy paid with his personal account, but who did he pay? His own travel agency. That's still the enterprise being used to do illegal crimes. Did she not? She's trying to say, well, the chart says the travel manager was paying for the expenses. Even if Diddy used his personal account, he paid his own company to book flights for a prostitute. What like, you're still not separating the enterprise from the illegal acts. Diddy still paid with his personal money to do illegal activities via his travel management company. It don't matter who. The reason it falls up under the RICO is because he owns a travel management company and he used it for illegal acts. Now, if he would have just booked this with his personal account through, let's just say, United Airlines, okay, he did that on his personal time, but the nigga used his own business to commit a crime. When ain't she getting? Well, the government summary chart lists the travel manager as paying for the expenses. Nigga, the company paid for this. The company booked the flights, nigga. The company booked the flights. What up, Nicola? Like, I don't. Maybe I don't understand the law. Yeah, I don't get it, man. Like, okay, he didn't use the business card, but he used his personal money and booked through his own travel agency for a prostitute. You're still using your business for illegal acts. All right, the defense finishes cross-exam. Prosecutors are starting their redirect. All right. So Love Air LLC, limited liability company, but still not enough protection between personal. Yeah, I mean, it's like Say I got company A. I buy drugs with my personal money, but I hide the drugs in my company A. Nigga, I'm using the company. Even though I use my personal funds, I'm still using my company. And if I use that and someone else comes pick the drugs up from there, then yeah, I'm using the building for my criminal acts. But if I use my personal money and book a prostitute a flight through my company, I know that prostitution's illegal, but I still use my legitimate company. It's kind of like laundering money. That's all that is. But only this is laundering dick, because that's what Diddy like, allegedly. You know what I mean? That's all laundering money is. You take a clean business and you put dirty money in it and it come out clean. You take a clean business with your money and you book a prostitute, that business comes out dirty. You know what I'm saying? What comes out of that is a dirty ticket from a prostitute. No, I mean, I know. That's why I say, man, that I understand the court process enough that it's really on the jurors. So we'll see what the prosecution got. Again, I don't care if he's innocent or guilty. I'm just logically, I don't know why they would bring. So you saying he used his personal account? Maybe the jurors, some of the jurors, they're gonna be looking like, oh well, he used his personal account, but this is from show the jury records from September and November. That's 2 times. We didn't already heard over 300 flights. So they point out 2 times. What about the other times? You see what I'm saying? But that's what the defense got to do. So that's why I'm not mad at the defense, but we didn't heard multiple times, Diddy, I didn't booked up the flights. I got a surprise coming in from out of town. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't show us September and November of 23 when we got crimes on your ass from 2013, 2014. So what about 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and 24? You can't show us 2 months out of 3,000 3,650 days. You showing us 2 times that this nigga did his personal account? You just gonna show us 2 times and think that that's what that shit. Damn, that nigga did it using his personal account. What about this hotel night in January 23? Where Diddy had the hotel night, where he told to make sure that don't nobody come up there because the staff is here. Who paid for that? You didn't tell us Diddy paid for that out of his personal account. Who paid for this hotel? Because we told security not to let Paul up there. So who paid for this? Was this out the personal account? This is business account. See, you can't just show us 2 months out of fucking 10 years and be like, well, you see, Diddy paid with his personal account. Okay, what about the other times? What about this time? In another message, planning a hotel night in April 23, Diddy asked her to find a location, saying, I can't let KK know. Did you get the pill? Who paid for that? All right, the defense finishes. All right, let's see what we got, man. So we're still waiting on this 22,000. See what the hell this is coming from. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This is it, guys. The final stretch. Then we got the so they took a break. I'm trying to go back to the 22,000. We got a little bit off the clock starts ringing. That's a nipple. You're right. I fucking love it. Does it look like share full screen? 0 seconds to clock. All right, here we go. All right, almost done. Please stop it here. Do you see the message from Jane? I have the best memories. I just have a few to ask about 1409, 1408. Do you see the account transfer of $22,000? Yes. In 1409, it was Jane Fuentes Transportation. Do you see it was 151.99 for Jane's true name in Carbo Williams? It's hard for me to see the lines. Can you move the cursor up? Public screen still off because they got Daphne Joy's name up here, or Jane Doe. Gary goes 324 and 720. Meanwhile, Diddy passes a note to Nicole Westmoreland, seated at his right, who whispers to Mark in the ear. Let's go to page 96. Diddy's personal bank account records total $74,000. There's an account transfer to the LLC. Yes. What LLC? Yeah, well, all right. So we got the $22,000 in an account, a $74,000. Let's go to page 96. Sean Combs' personal bank account records, total due $74,000. There's an account transfer to the LCC. Yes. I don't know what the LCC is. Your Honor, can I have a moment? One more video, then we're done. The one that wasn't working this morning, turn off the attorney screens. You reviewed the metadata. Rich chart. That's a great question. Laughs, play it. Thank you, agent. Please go back to keeping New York safe. Ha 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 ha. Redirect. State's attorney said briefly, did we just see Sean Combs paying for travel of Carbo Williams from Atlanta to Florida across state lines? Objection, Your Honor. Uh-oh. The state got up here and went straight to it. Did we just see Diddy paying for travel with Carbo Williams from Atlanta to Florida across state lines? They called objection. Do the charts represent every text message in this case? No. Let's pull up a message before this date. Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope. Ms. Garagos did it. Sidebar, bring your asses up here. So the state, they doing exactly what we was talking about. This isn't showing every single text message. This isn't showing, man, they say it's like 10,000 pages or some shit like that full like text messages and stuff. So the state just jumping back into this like, did you see this? So they're back in this time frame. Did you see any messages between Jane and Diddy that were actual or affectionate in nature? No further questions. Do you rest? Subject to jurors take a break. Jurors leave. Comey. We essentially rested. We only may want to move for a few corrections. Judge said, Mark, are you ready to move? Shapiro said, we move under Rule 29. Interference is not enough. See U.S. versus Copeland. All right, so it's over with. They moved to Rule 29. It's over with. We're done. Now we'll wait and see. Is the case dropped? Is Diddy walking home a free man? Or is Diddy sitting down for the long one? Find out next in the Southern District of New York Federal Court. All right, on count one, Mr. Combs is entitled to a judgment of acquittal. The requirements of a RICO have not been met. They have not been shown the agreement to violate RICO, nor agreement to two racketeering acts. Okay, let's see what the judge got to say. Oh, man, this shit's getting out of order. So I guess they going at it right now. The jurors are going to lunch, and the judge is reviewing it right here, right in front of us. All right. Oh, this is getting good. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. This is what we've been waiting on. Ain't this what we've been waiting on? This is what we've been waiting on. Ain't this what we've been waiting on? This is what we've been waiting on. Ain't this what we've been waiting on? This is what we've been waiting on. Ain't this what we've been waiting on? This is what we've been waiting on. Ain't this what we've been waiting on? This is what we've been waiting on. Ain't this what we've been waiting on? This is what we've been waiting for. Ain't this what we've been waiting on? This is what we've been waiting on. I said, ain't this what we've been waiting on? This is what we've been waiting on. Shapiro said on count one, Mr. Combs is entitled to the judgment of acquittal. The requirements of the RICO have not been met. They have not shown the agreement to violate the RICO nor agreement to 2 racketeering acts. Shapiro said the enterprise is more than a group of people. The enterprise's purpose here map out onto the racketeering acts, trafficking, etc. See the Boyle case. A structural feature of a RICO enterprise, a hub, and spoke the rim. Here is a rimless hub. This is the one we were going over earlier. Let's see what the judge got to say. See what the judge got to say. This is the make or break, guys. Diddy could be walking up out of here. Diddy could be walking out of here. Prosecutors rest their case. Prosecutors in the Sean Diddy Combs trial rested their case. We got an update. Prosecution is rested. Catch up on what's happening and we don't care. We're trying to read what the hell's going on. The judge has dismissed the jury for a lunch break, but the legal teams are still in court. Defense attorney Alexandra Shapiro made a defense motion for a judgment of acquittal on all counts, arguing that the government failed to meet the burden to prove the counts against Combs. About this motion, this is a routine Rule 29 motion that is typically made by the defense in a criminal trial after and only after the government rests its case. A Rule 29 motion is a defendant's motion for an acquittal on the grounds that the government did not present enough evidence for the jury to reasonably convict the defendant. These motions are almost always denied. Now, my thing about this is a Rule 29 motion is a defendant's motion for an acquittal on the grounds that the government did not present enough evidence for the jury to reasonably convict the defendant. So, if that's the case, don't even ask for a Rule 29. Let it ride. Let it ride. You said it. You said the prosecution ain't got enough. Then let it ride. Take that motherfucker to trial. Let the jury do what the jury do. But that might actually work in Diddy's, you know what I'm saying? Might work in Diddy's case. It might work for him. Some of the jurors might be like, you know what? We don't see no RICOs. We don't see not a one RICO. But I'm the judge. I don't give a fuck. Let me tell you what my ruling is. Rule 29 is dismissed. We're gonna go ahead and get a verdict about this one. I heard enough, and I think it's only right that the jurors who witnessed all of those freak off tapes, they deliberate on this. We're gonna give this to them. I believe that there is enough evidence, and we'll let the jurors do what they're here to do. Deliberate. A deliberation. But I mean, you gotta do it, you know. Most of the times, first of all, when this comes through, the reason it most of the time is not, well, they say the majority of the time it doesn't go through, is because a grand jury already looked over this. So they already did a fake trial. Well, not a fake trial. It's actually, they already had people look over this evidence and stuff, and they figured that the grand jury was like, okay, cool, we could take this to trial. You know what I mean? So they got the jurors doing the grand jury. So let's go find a Rule 29 that's worked. Let's find the famous Rule 29 that has worked. All right, let me see something. I got to see what my counterparts have done.
San Francisco City Attorney David Chu, and I want to give you an update on our 6th lawsuit against the Trump administration and our 6th win at the district court that we just received. We filed a lawsuit along with others to challenge Donald Trump's attempt to illegally dismantle our federal government with a stroke of a pen on an executive order. The president has no right to.
Oh man, we looking for a Rule 29, man. We looking for Rule 29. That's what we're trying to find, a case where the Rule 29 worked. All right, so the Barclays Forex trader, in the case involving the former Barclays foreign exchange currency trader, the DOJ suffered a rare Rule 29 acquittal after the defendant was found not guilty of charges related to the currency manipulation. Yeah, but that's a white-collar crime. Richard Ireland, a Pennsylvania federal court granted a Rule 29 judgment of the acquittal for Richard, acquitting him of 79 counts of bribery and money. Jeez Louise, we need to look this guy up. This case sounds interesting. Richard Ireland. Hopkins case, a judge in Connecticut granted Rule 29 to quit. Yeah, but see, none of these are like none of these are all like white collar crimes that you ain't really gonna. See, now I want to go look into this case. This nigga has 70 counts. Honest servers, petitioner, appellant. All right, I'm gonna do some research on that one on my own. I want to see what the hell happened in that. No, that wasn't for an impeachment. That was protecting the federal government. Well, right now they are one of the Democrats did call for an impeachment, but we'll see where that goes from here. You know that you probably have to wait to the 2-year mark. All right. So they have not shown an agreement to violate the RICO Act. Shapiro said the enterprise is more than a group of people, the trafficking, etc. See the Boyle case, a structural feature of a RICO enterprise, a hub and spoke to the rim. This is a rimless hub. Shapiro, there is insufficient proof to establish this 20-year-long conspiracy. Mr. Combs did not comprise. Mr. Combs did not conspire with any other person. They say an inner circle of bodyguards, but they failed to show it. There's only thin proof they engaged in crime. There's only thin proof, but that means there is proof. Shapiro said, at most, these were personal quantities of drugs. They used a lot of Astroguide and baby oil and drank. Maybe some drugs. Jonathan Perez said hotel nights were personal time with the female. Brendan Paul said hotel for the night. David James said he saw a naked man in a hotel room, but thought that wasn't part of his job. The ex with Cassie and James sometimes involved third parties, but they were not booked by staff. It brought them closer to Combs. James said to Carble, don't want team to intercept you. And in May, James said she had to wait for the assistant to clear out. And KK and the guards learned of Diddy's violence to Cassie is not racketeering. They did not help. Yeah, we're gonna have to look up that Nicola. We're gonna have to look up this Richard Ireland. I gotta see what the hell went down with him. Yeah, I want to see how he beat this. So he was charged with taking $500,000 from campaign payments. Damn, he beat this? Then they said the fee sharing agreements, these businesses paid Ireland as much as 50% of all the fees they received from the Pennsylvania Treasury. Over the years of the scheme, Ireland and these related businesses earned over $10 million in fees. So they say he got 50% of that. So he made about $5 million over the years. How the hell he beat this? Yeah, I gotta look into this. This man stole $5 million in between. No, well, at least $375,000 of campaign contributions were funneled through charities to conceal the public that Richard Ireland was a true source of the McCourt. Damn, so he funneled through employees who, as a straw campaign donors, hid Ireland as a true source of the campaign contribution. Between 2009 and 14, over $500,000 in secret campaign contributions went to giving to McCourt. Damn. All right, he's making some money over there. The defense argues that the prosecution failed to prove the alleged crimes. The racketeering conspiracy said the prosecutors failed to show it. There at best is a thin proof that any other employees willingly participated in crimes with and for Mr. Combs, she said, adding that the exemption was procuring small quantities of drugs for Mr. Combs. Well, we know security was at the house when they broke in, so there's that. Shapiro said his assistants didn't know much, if anything, about what went on between Diddy and his girlfriends in the hotel rooms. Shapiro argued that Diddy actually took steps to conceal the nature of the X activity he was engaging in from his employees. How, when he was telling them to bring Astroglide and telling them to go to the store to buy lingerie and everything. They knew what was going on in there. The defense attorney said that it's evident through the fact that Combs and Cassie and Jane booked the entertainers and escorts instead of Diddy's employees. Shapiro also pointed to several text messages, including some shown to the jury earlier today, that showed Diddy and Jane communicated with entertainers about timing to avoid run-ins with Diddy's staff. Remember, this is a routine 29 motion typically made by the defense in a criminal trial after the government rests its case. A Rule 29 motion is the defendant's motion for an acquittal on the grounds that the government didn't present enough evidence to the jury for a reasonable conviction of the defendant. These motions are almost always denied. So it's not racketeering. They didn't help. There's no proof KK knew or thought these women were being coerced. She did damage control. There is evidence that Mr. Combs was lying to her. KK is supposed to be the main co-conspirator, but she only appears in March 2016, 12 years in. And KK knew. Yesterday, we heard KK telling Diddy, you can't just leave in the middle of that. You shouldn't lie. You don't have an emergency. Remember? We just yeah, they're swinging, but that's what you got to do. But remember, just yesterday, we heard them reading out the text messages of KK texting Diddy saying, hey, you can't just leave like that. You know you can get in trouble. Things will get bad. So KK knew exactly what was going on. KK knew exactly what's going on because we got the text messages from Diddy authorizing Robin to release $5,000 to Christina Courtroom to give to Fahim to go buy the drugs. So the staff did know what was going on. You see what I'm saying? They trying, and that's good because you never know. The judge might be like, you know what? Fuck it. I am trying to go home today. I do. It is Taco Tuesday. Can't go wrong with Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday. It's Taco Tuesday. I'm trying to go home, nigga. Fuck it. If the baby oil isn't slick, you must have quit. If the baby oil isn't slick, you must have quit. Diddy. As the honorable judge of this trial here today, and it being Taco Tuesday, and the wife got some, we got fish tacos today too. Yeah, the oil is not slick. You must have quit. Diddy, go on home. Get on out of here. Go on, get on out of here. Bad boy for life. Hey, I'm just saying. The judge you never know. The judge might be like, you know what? Fuck it. Fuck it, we out this bed. The oil is not slick. You must have quit. Yeah, the wife got fish tacos, and she made them on the grill, too. She fired up the grill. Where's it at? There is no evidence between the breakup with Cassie in 2018 and the beginning of Jane in 21. Even for a RICO conspiracy, they have to prove a single agreement. It hasn't been done here. U.S. Penosa. Pizona, my bad. You know, I'm definitely not about to read all this shit. We're going to go see what this case law is. August 2009. Act 1. This nigga brought up a murder charge. So the indictment charge of the pattern of racketeering activity through the defendants agreed to the conduct of the affairs of enterprise consisted of several number of racketeering acts, some of which were divided into lettered subparts. From 87 through 88, Penosa, an unnamed, others conspired to knock off Frank. In 88, Pinoza and D, and unnamed others, knocked off Frank. From September 92 to December 92, Pinoza and other people conspired to knock off Rosemary and Thomas. December 24th, they knocked off Rosemary and Thomas. Jeez Louise. Who the hell is this? Who are they? Who is this guy? This motherfucker was crazy. Dominique Pizanoa? Pizanoa? What the fuck? So this motherfucking 88 knocked off one. 92 knocked off two. In between 95 and 96, they conspired to extort and collect extensions from John Doe. In 99, they conspired to extort means and collect extensions from John Doe number 2. Damn, these motherfuckers was extorting everybody. The next year in 2001 and 2002, they extorted John Doe 3. 2001, 2002, they extorted another John Doe number 3 again and credit. Jeez Louise. Between 94 and 96, they participated in illegal gambling businesses. 94 and 96, the same illegal. Damn, so they caught 3 bodies, extorted 3 motherfuckers, had a gambling business. Damn, these niggas is going crazy. And this is from 88 to 96. In 8 years, they murked 3 people, extorted 3 people, had a gambling business. What the hell? Oh, we need to look that case up. We need to look. Who the hell? Dominique Skinny Dom, born November 19, 1941, a New York mobster and a captain of the Gambino crime family. God damn, he was going crazy, wasn't he? And those are only the crimes they knew about. Oh, this is Frank. Oh, that's the son of him. Okay, I know who this guy is. Forget about it. He was a wise guy. All right. Yeah, he was going crazy. 3 bodies in 3 years. Well, 3 bodies in 2 years. Technically 2 years. Diddy was seeking to avoid negative publicity for him and Cassie. There was no police involvement. The guard who testified said Cassie did not report it. Miss Cassie did the same things as Carrie Morgan. Edie Garcia said the money was for the video, nothing more. Cassie appeared on FaceTime and said she had a movie coming out and did not want this video coming out. The NDA permitted Garcia to report to law enforcement. Jeez Louise. Hey, for real, man. That baby, hey, if the oil ain't slick, if the baby oil, this is supposed to go like that. You see that? If the baby oil slick, if it is slick, you must give a verdict. But if it ain't slick, you must acquit. So that's what they aiming for right there. That's what they aiming for. So right now they're just going through everything, and they're saying that Christina Courtroom didn't know anything about this. Christina Courtroom was there when the video was released, which is a part of the RICO. The bribery charge is when they gave Edie Garcia the money the $100,000 that he gave $50,000 to the head security. So when he says, Edie Garcia said the money was for the video, nothing more, that's a bribery charge, part of the RICO. Christina Courtroom is the one that orchestrated, and Christina Courtroom was the one that continued to contact him and gave the phone to Diddy. So Christina Courtroom was a part of the RICO bribery charge. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, if it's slick, you get a verdict. If it ain't slick, acquit. It's really that simple. But yeah, Christina Courtroom was there. He talking about it's just for the video. Do you not know that's a bribery charge? Hey, look, give me that tape. Make that tape disappear. I give you $100,000. If the oil ain't glistening, the jurors ain't listening. All right, hey, y'all trying to get Diddy some t-shirts, ain't y'all? Y'all trying to get Diddy some marketing. And they're saying the NDA permitted Garcia to report to law enforcement saying that he knew, but it's still a bribery charge. And that makes it worse that he didn't go and report it. All right. On obstruction, they have to show intimidation or threats to hinder or delay, citing Arthur Anderson versus the U.S. There must be consciousness of wrongdoing. Here, the incidents involve Mia and Jane. On Mia, there's not actus reus. Oh man, I thought they were just going, hey, Judge, what you think? Look, Judge, them was Spanky's booze. We ain't kill nobody. Christina Courtroom ain't know. Diddy was paying with his own account. Cassie a freak. Jane Doe's a bum. She a freak too. But the oil ain't slick. You must have quit. They laying it down on the line, man. They laying it on the line right now. Don't y'all be giving Diddy no marketing ideas. All right. What the judge got to say about this? Okay, so now they're talking about D-Rock. D-Rock. This is about D-Rock trying to get Mia to speak with Diddy, but it sounds like a normal conversation until her radar went off. No threats were communicated. All D-Rock said was Puff wanted to talk with Mia. They wanted her to say something. PR. Nah, this ain't no PR. All right. Her reactions could not have been foreseeable to D-Rock or to Diddy. She did not even answer Mr. Diddy's calls. Later that day, D-Rock didn't bring up money. She did. She said she was out of dollars. D-Rock never acted on it. D-Rock said, if you don't want to, all good. The prosecutors characterized these as nice messages. There was no evidence D-Rock or Mr. Combs thought Mia felt threatened. So this is not witness tampering. Yeah, man, he's trying. I definitely wouldn't have wanted. I wouldn't have wanted to be the one to try to do this. I would have said get Nicole Westmoreland or Brian Steele up there. Let's get. I'm running up. I'm running the Diddy tab up. Pause on all of that. That just sounds wild because you never know with Diddy everything is wild. But yeah, I'm running it up. I got $1 million from Diddy, but I'm just on the project to pass. You know what I mean? Even if we fail, I wasn't the leader of the project, so no one's gonna look at the sixth man on the bench. No one's gonna point at the sixth man. Y'all lost. No, nigga. The starters lost, nigga. I just come in every now and then and drop my little 3 or 4 points. You know what I mean? You can't blame me, nigga. I ain't get starter minutes. I only crossed 2 people. They had 34 witnesses. I crossed 2 people. The data forensic person and the lady that took the picture. That's it. Y'all didn't lose off the pictures. Y'all definitely didn't lose off the data forensic. Yeah, y'all can't get mad at me, but I got my $1 million out this case, and I'm gonna go on about it. And right before the verdict drops, I'm quitting. Right before the verdict drops, I'm quitting as Diddy's lawyer. So if they lose, shit, I wasn't on there. But if they win, no, I had to step away for a family emergency, but I was right there the whole time. If they lose, they go, oh man, you was on Diddy case. You like, whoa. Go check. I left. I removed myself from the case before the verdict dropped. So they lost. I wasn't part of the losing team. But if they win, I had to step away for family reasons. You know what I mean? I made sure I paid Diddy his money back because that's what a good, honest lawyer would do. So if they win, I'm with it. But if they lose, shit, that ain't going on my record. No, I can't have a losing record now. No. All right. We're just waiting now. See what the judge got to say. I know the judge is probably like, man, what the hell's going on here? There would have to be proof Mr. Combs knew of a federal investigation at the time. There is none. With respect to Jane, they have November 19, 2023, no threats. Mr. Combs said, this is when I need you to be there for me. The jurors at lunch, they don't even know what the hell going on, man. I wonder what they had for lunch today, too. Week 7, 29 days in the courthouse. What would y'all want y'all last meal to be? You know what I'm saying? Shrimp steak, liquor, and lobster. That's what I'm trying to get. All right, come on, Judge. What you gotta say? For anyone that cares, Brandy and Monica going on tour together, the Boys Mind tour, coming to a city near you, starting October 16th to December 6th. With special guests Kelly Rowland and Mooney Long and Jamal Roberts. Where the fuck that is. Shout out to Jamal Roberts, though. He's on the tour, and that's all that matters. When I was younger, I thought they were saying, that mo is mine, not yours, but mine, not yours, but mine. I'm like, damn, they singing for me. I always thought they were saying mo. I didn't know it was called The Boy Is Mine until I was like 25 years old. I thought it was saying the mo is mine. All right, here we go. Let me see. Oh, but this is still Shapiro. Mr. Combs is already paying James rent. There was nothing in call about it. This is not corrupt persuasion. There's no federal nexus. Now they want to argue 1591D. That would be a constructive amendment, as well as we'll say at the charge conference. So 1591D, what the hell is that? So they're going to say that at the charge conference. So they're not confident that the judge is going to say, what is this? A constructive amendment? Or are they saying it's 1591D, which is a constructive amendment? Oh, okay. Wait. So 1591D, what is it? Okay, so this is 1591. 1591D is whoever obstructs, attempts to obstruct, or in any way interferes with or prevents the enforcement of this section shall be fined under this title, imprisoned for a term not to exceed 25 years or both. So they're saying that there's no federal nexus. Now they want to argue 1591D. That would be a constructive amendment, as we'll say it was in the charge conference. So they're saying that the prosecution is going to try to argue 1591D, which would be a term not to exceed 25 years. Damn. So they already know that the prosecution is going to try to get this so they can get a 25-year charge on it. They saying they're going to argue against it. Interesting. Look at that. We finding out all this legal jargon. So 1591 is ex trafficking. Wait. 1591 is ex trafficking of under 18. Oh, or by force, fraud, or court. Oh, okay. So it's either of up under 18 or by force, fraud, or coercion. Oh, okay, we got. Oh, I'm about to say, I just told people that they weren't even going over the A minor. So it's just okay. Whoever obstructs or attempts to it, but who's obstructing it though? So they're saying this is November 23. It's not corruption persuasion. Yeah, the defense is doing it now, but they should have been doing this. That's why I knew they shouldn't have had Tina Garagos up there. So saying there's no federal nexus. All right. So what the defense is saying here is Diddy was already, so remember April of 23, he was paying the rent. November 1923, there were no threats, but Diddy was already paying it by the time the Cassie lawsuit came out. So they're saying that there's no federal nexus because there's no corruption here because he was already paying the rent before the Cassie lawsuit came out. So they're going to try to argue this, the 1591, which is the obstruction. But they're saying that there's no connection between Diddy paying the rent in April and her finding out about the lawsuit in November. Ah, okay. Okay, I see what you're doing, defense. I just had to do a little research. So they're trying to separate it and say, no. When he was paying this rent, that was before the lawsuit even came out. So there's no connection between paying the rent to keep her around to, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Wait, Your Honor. Wait, we was already paying the rent. There's no connection between the rent and hearing about the lawsuit. We was already doing that. So they're gonna go ahead and try to argue that. But we like, no. That's a constructive amendment. You can't amend it because we already got it. It's too late for all of that. Y'all should have did that earlier on in the trial. Now y'all can't do no. They trying to change it up. They trying to say we obstructed. Now the obstruction was gonna be that they're trying to say that they were paying the rent in order to keep her quiet about all that. No. We was already paying the rent. We was already tricking off that money. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4 was April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. We was tricking off for 7 months, Your Honor. There's no connection. There's no connection between us tricking off in April and her finding out about it. We not obstructing nothing. They trying to hit us with that 25 years. No, Your Honor. It's bullshit. All right. So we're piecing it together. We're figuring it out. This is why I'm not a lawyer. This is too much. Okay. So it makes sense. Hey, whoa. The defense is stepping it up here. It only took us 29 days. All right. I like what we're doing here. I like what we're doing. I'm trying to find a moment for you guys that we can fill in. Whoa. If y'all know the movie, y'all know the movie. Hold on.
No big deal.
Mom, what I
Lieutenant Gerhiba.
Keep a low. That's real.
This is what they talking to. This is what they said to the judge. Hold on. They trying to tell the judge, whoa. This is what they told the judge. This is exactly how they sounded. Whoa, judge. We were paying for that in April.
Whoa. Hands off, Hank.
Whoa. Oh, Hank, man. That was my movie right there, man. There's another one when he escapes the lieutenant. He's like, whoa. He said, this is between me and the kid.
Internet fucker. You make me break. You want to start me up? Just open the choke and pull the cord, pal.
This is between me and the kid.
I'm due for a side second end. You're dancing on the fault line.
Whoa.
Hey, what is your problem, pal?
I got no beef with you. This is between me and the kid.
Between me and the kid. He said, I ain't got no beef with you, nigga. It's between me and the kid.
Stop it. He started it.
I'm so sorry. I have to
Come on, stand right here for us.
Come on, I'm standing right here for eyes. This is what they telling the judge, nigga. We've been paying that rent since April.
Let's go. Oh, poor baby. Let's let his daddy fight his battles for him.
All right, man. Let me get back out of here. I can't find the part where he's like, whoa. Whoa, sweet thing. I think that's when they were in the car. All right. You know I'm always gonna find a movie that relates to what we talking to. Oh shit, they mentioned 50 Cent's name. Hold on. Oh man, what the hell? They actually mentioned 50 Cent's name in here. Hold on, we got action. All right. Not being paid overtime is not forced labor. Capricorn Clark said Mr. Combs told her to get the fuck out my house. She says that was crossing my boundaries. She got a higher paid job. That is forced labor if you're not getting paid overtime. What do you mean? Then it says, she alleged wrongful termination, presumably because she wanted to stay. Then 50 Cent, with respect to Mia, she had a high GPA. She got her later job with Madonna. So the elements are not met with them either. Man, they went and got other jobs because they weren't getting paid, nigga. The fuck? Yeah, I seen man, I don't know about no Street Fighter movie though, man. I'd rather them do a CGI Street Fighter movie than a live action Street Fighter movie. So he's saying so this is what the defense is saying. Not being paid overtime is not forced labor. Capricorn Clark told them that Diddy told her to get the F out the house. She said that was crossing the boundary. She got a higher paying job. So she was working for free, nigga. That was forced labor. You wasn't paying her the overtime. Then she alleged wrongful termination, presumably because she wanted to stay. Even if she didn't want to stay, nigga, you would still file wrongful termination if they fire you for illegal reasons. What is he talking about? Then she went to 50 Cent with respect to Mia. She had a high GPA. She later got a job with Madonna. Yeah, once they leave a company, they're not supposed to just sit around and be stagnant. Them going to get higher paying jobs has nothing to do with forced labor or wrongful termination against this company. And what is he talking about right now? Like if I hate my job, but they fired me for a wrongful termination, I'm still suing, not because I wanted to stay there, because they fired me for an illegal reason. What is Shapiro talking about? Like, is that? I don't know. All right, man. I mean, let me just. Yeah, the threads are breaking up. I don't know, man. We here. Fuck it. We'll figure it out, man. We trying to find out if this 29 gonna work. On kidnapping, there is insufficient evidence as to the 2 of the 3 allegations. Listen to this. On the kidnapping, there is insufficient, my bad. There is insufficient evidence as to 2 of the 3 allegations. Even if you credit the U.S. witness, Capricorn Clark, and the lie detector test Uncle Polly took at the building, this does not satisfy NY law Mr. Combs didn't know. So what about the third one? There's insufficient evidence as to 2 of the 3 allegations. So what about the third one? So you're saying there is significant evidence. So you mean to tell me 2 out of 3 of the kidnappings, there's insufficient evidence, but one of them there might be some, but we ain't gonna talk about that. We just want to talk about those other 2. So what about that third one? You're telling us right now there's enough evidence for the third allegation. It's just not enough for the other 2. So you're up here telling me that there's 3 charges of kidnapping, and 2 of them there's not enough evidence, but one of them there is. Nigga, why would I dismiss this case if you're telling me that there is enough evidence for one of them? She wanted to leave. She was held in the room for 5 days. She wanted to leave. She was held in the back of the Escalade till Cassie showed up when she left Kid Cudi. Because remember, Diddy said, she told Cassie, I can only leave when you get here. Diddy won't let me leave until you get here. But Shapiro said on the kidnapping, there's insufficient evidence as to 2 of the 3 allegations. So what about that third one? What are you gonna do for that third one? Not 1 and 2. What about number 3? So what y'all saying? Y'all just want us to bypass number 3, or what you want us to do? Say you can go home because 1 and 2 it ain't enough, but 3 there probably is, but you didn't tell us. I don't know. This is gonna be interesting to see how it plays out, though, because I never actually sat and watched all of this go through. You know what I mean? I didn't know what a Rule 29 was until last week. Let me see where we at, though. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new to the channel. I'm Mode IJ. This is week 7, day 29. This is the last day of testimony. Tomorrow we have the charging conference followed by closing arguments. On Thursday, 4 hours apiece. Probably takes us until Friday morning. Deliberation shall start. We're trying to get this thing knocked out by July 4th, which is Friday of next week, and the 3rd, because federal courthouse will be closed on the 3rd and 4th. So they got Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week, or they had to come back the week after, which would take us to week 9, which initially we started off, they said 8 to 10 weeks. So out here in Oklahoma, the company doesn't have to have a reason to get fired. Shit, they're gonna find something there. Oh yeah, okay. So I keep forgetting I can't click on any of them. I gotta just read them off the main page. 2 minutes ago, Shapiro says she willingly went every day. The other, Cassie, at the London hotel, she says she was taken there and held there for several days. California law has 4 elements not met there. On arson, what is the kidnapping? What are the 4 elements of kidnapping in California? No, what is he talking about? In California, moving the victim a substantial distance, a lack of consent, look, he says the other Cassie at the shit. I was just trying to highlight it. The other Cassie at the London hotel. She said she was taken there and held there for several days. California law has 4 elements not met here. No, it doesn't say you have to meet all the elements. A simple kidnapping is lack of consent. The victim must not have willingly agreed to the movement. The victim's consent is a crucial element in determining whether the act constitutes kidnapping. Force, fear, or fraud. She was locked up. So she was forced into the room and locked up. She was forced to stay in there. What is he talking about? Yeah, you don't have to meet all of these. What's this dude talking about? What is he talking about? Like, for a simple kidnapping, it's just a lack of consent or force, fear, fraud. Hey, my search history, hey, nah, I don't look at shit. Not on here. Well, nah, this right here. All I use is I don't look at nothing. Like, to be honest, I don't look at anything on my computer unless it's dealing with like the TV shows or anything I'm looking up. That's all I use my computer for. Unless they come and get me for goddamn, I ain't gonna lie, it's hot. Unless they get me for like some streaming or some shit, then all right, take me to jail, lock me up. But other than that, nah. I do just like randomly look up laws and stuff, but nah, it's all my stuff has something like nah, I was covering the Diddy trial. I was trying to find out some shit. And I do this for y'all. So anything I'm referencing y'all. I'm looking at the chat, man. All those people made me look that up, man. They told me to do it. I wouldn't do it on my own, man. I was scared, fear for my life. Hey, yeah, Diddy, man, I done looked up dope. I done looked up Astroglide. I done looked up X toys. I done looked up all kinds of wild shit for this damn Diddy trial. This last 7 weeks is really done something to my spirit. Ask niggas to plug me. They act like they didn't hear me. Look at me now driving German engineering. On count 2, Mr. Combs would have to know. I'll focus on his mens rea. I don't know what mens rea. I don't know. It's about what he understood. How could he understand? Cassie said she did the freak off to make Diddy happy. She didn't communicate reluctance. Look at her text. I'll look at his men's reality, I guess. It's about what he understood. No. Ignorance of the law is not a defense. I ain't know robbing banks was illegal. Oh man, you just robbing a bank just to rob it? Yeah, but I didn't know it was illegal. Yeah, I mean, he's trying. They put him up. This is kind of a setup though. But you know me, when we watching, even when we watching like scary movies, you know how I move. If let's just say it's 7 or 8 of us, I'm not 1, 2, or 3. I'm like 4 or 5, but I'm not 6 or 7 either. Because whenever you watch a scary movie, the nigga in the back, they'll snatch him up, and then everybody say, "Hey, where's number 7 at? He was just behind me." Hell no. And you don't want to be number 1, because that means you're gonna get fucked up first. And if you number 2 or 3, number 1 might get fucked up so bad they fall back into you. So you want to be around like that 4 to 5 range. So you can, if something happens behind you, you can jet off before 3, 2, 1. And if something happens in front of you, you can jet off before 6 and 7. So you can kind of see what's going on. You can have your hand on their shoulder. You know what I mean? Shit get ugly. You gotta get the fuck low, man. But you don't ever want to be in the front. You don't want to be in the end. Unless you're playing Squid Game. Now you playing Squid Games and you jumping across those glass. This weekend, Squid Game season 3 is the end. You want to be towards the end so you know where the glass breaks. But you don't never want to be in the beginning, and you don't never want to be at the very end. You kind of want to be in the middle, but kind of towards the back third. You know what I mean? Kind of towards the back third. That's what you want to do. You never want to, when you do a group presentation, you never want to be the person presenting. You want to just do your work. As soon as you get your groups together, you look at all this. Okay, I'm gonna take this part, and you start knocking your shit out, and you get your shit turned in early. All right, one of y'all got to present. Nah, hell no. I mean, I'll do a presentation. I don't mind it, but I prefer not to. I prefer to do my work and let them do the rest. All right, this would sweep in a lot of romantic partner as vagueness problems. People do this all the time. It's not fraud. Immigrants being tricked into X for green cards is different. He's a wealthy individual, but won't take her on a yacht. What, nigga? So he's saying, unless you're an immigrant, exchanging X for a green card, you can't be taken advantage of. What the fuck is this dude talking about? So unless you're an immigrant getting tricked into X for a green card, no one can trick you. No one can they can't scam you. They can't do nothing. That's not illegal unless you're an immigrant. Like, what the fuck is this dude talking about? I don't think he should have used that. The immigrants being tricked into X for a green card. Yeah, that's kind of wild. I don't know where he was going with that one. I was giving him credit for some of the stuff, but I don't know where he was going with that one. They never alleged X trafficking until Jane. They never alleged X trafficking of Jane until they found out she was alleging a circle incident of assault. That is telling. This theory of fraud is incredibly weak. The fight at Jane's house in LA, this single act is not sufficient. Yeah, well, it's either you're an immigrant trying to get a green card, or if you're just an American, you can't get tricked. If you're an American, you don't know what getting tricked is. You got to be an immigrant doing it for a green card. Now, do I believe that she wasn't doing it for the money? No, I know she was doing it for the money, but that still doesn't change the fact that he was flying her out and paying niggas to have X with her. That's the crime, man. That's how it becomes trafficking. I know he's trying to get him off, but the crime is paying niggas to have with her, man. That's the Commercial X Act. That's what that is. All right, there's no evidence that the escort came from outside of California. Escorts were paid for their time. Both witnesses said they were not prostitutes, Phillips and Hayes. They were called entertainers or escorts. Thank you, Your Honor. Government. So they said Phillips and Hayes. What about David, Clayton, Jules, Punisher, Islander, Tommy, Greg, Jonathan, Red Baseball Hat, Ash, Paul, Jake, Leo, Don, Stinky Guy, Michaels, Slay is Sheree Hayes, I think. So not Slay. Anton, Carvel, Paul Arthur, Rico. What about all of those? So you name off 2 people. What about the other ones that were paid? What about the ones that were paid that Diddy was like, oh, they didn't perform and it was $600? What about those? You named off 2 out of the 21? What about the other people? What about the Punisher? What about Islander? And just because they called him, nigga, I call myself a professional athlete. Nigga, don't mean I'm a professional athlete. I call myself a doctor every day. Doesn't mean I'm a doctor, nigga. I call myself the flyest motherfucker on the planet. Now that might be the truth, but hey, you can call yourself anything. I can go online and get me a fake doctorate degree right now if I want to. They were called entertainers or escorts. Thank you, Your Honor. Nigga, what? Let's see what the government got to say. The government about to chop this liver up. That's kind of, I don't know, man. And that he named off 2 people. All right. So the judge said, Diddy, how you feeling? Diddy said, I'm doing great, Playboy. I wanted to say thank you. You're doing an excellent job. The judge said, do you understand that whether to testify or not is up to you? Do you understand? Yes, Your Honor. You know, you gotta reassure him, hey, it's your right. If you want to testify, you can get up here and do that. Now it's your right. Your lawyers can't tell you not to. They can recommend it, but they can't tell you not to. Because remember, they work for you. So that's when I talk shit about Young Thug, that's not on Brian Steele. Brian Steele told Thug not to do it, but ultimately the client gets to make the final decision. So the government just said there's more than enough evidence. Your Honor, you can reserve on that. If you like the argument, I like a bathroom break. I can reserve. So they just basically saying, shit, they looked at the judge and said, nigga, there's more than enough evidence. So what y'all want to do? Want to take a break? So the judge asked Diddy, what's up? What's up? You good? You crack? Everything good? I know when Diddy get out of here, he going to see a chiropractor. Oh, man. So we got anything else? So basically, the judge said he's going to sit on it, think about it. Probably won't get it till tomorrow. It's your decision to testify. Diddy said, yes, it's my decision. Solely my decisions with my lawyers. Thank you. Shall we take time to allow stipulations? Yes. I mean, it is your decision not to testify. I thought it was saying it is your decision to testify or not, but it's your decision not to testify. So Diddy said, yeah, he ain't testifying. Shit, I'm getting on the stand. What is it? Left hand on the Bible, right hand up? Sean P. Diddy Combs, Mount Vernon, via Harlem. Realest nigga in it. Bad boy for life. Yeah, Your Honor, just real quick, you know, I like to give a shout out to my attorneys over there, the Dream Team, you know what I'm saying? Bad boy for life. I like to say that the prosecution has put together a bullshit case. Yeah. You know, my hair is starting to get gray up in here. You know, Playboy needs some of that just for men. And I'm really looking for you to go ahead and give me that acquittal today. You know what I mean? So I can walk on out of here and be that family man that I am. You know what I mean? Mr. Take That. I'll tell you this. I'm gonna make this right now. Hand on the Bible, or is it right hand on the Bible? Left hand up. I think it's right hand on the Bible. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, Your Honor. I promise I won't be with no baby oil, no Astroglide, no methamphetamines, no MDMA. No, well, now that Tootsie now, Your Honor, I don't know if I can, I don't know if I can give up the Tootsie, but I can give up the white powder. I can get that up. No marijuana, none of that. And yeah, I'm gonna get on out of here and do my thing. You know what I mean? You know, it's been a wonderful time here in New York, but I need to get on down to Miami. As you can see, man, I'm getting kind of pale, Your Honor, sitting in that jail cell. It ain't for me. You know what I mean? Mr. Take That, I need to get active. You know, I got a beautiful 8 kids. I'm not sure how many of them are mine, but yeah, I got a couple of kids. My girls just graduated. Yeah, so if you could go ahead and let me on out of here today, you know, that'll be a solid one. I'll send you a biggie copy of Life After Death, and I'll sign that mug for you. If you got kids or anything, I got some bad boy shirts, some old Sean John velour. You know, I appreciate what you did. A hell of a job. It's crazy 7 weeks. You know, I just wish everyone the best. To all the jurors over there, we will be having a Bad Boy reunion tour. 2026. I hope all y'all show up. I'm not bribing them. I'm just letting them know they can show up. Y'all come backstage, have y'all good old time. We're going to have barbecue. It's going to be a good old time. Cassie's not invited. Jane Doe ain't invited. So y'all ain't got to worry about the riffraff coming through. Yeah, Your Honor, I just like to say that this 7 weeks, I really learned my lesson, and I know jail wouldn't do any good for me. But what I just experienced, good enough. Scout's honor. So yeah, if you just go ahead and let me on out of here today, because I'm tired of wearing these same 5 outfits. You know what I mean? I'm a fly. Ooh, got I curse in here? Never mind, take that back. I'm a fly individual. Meaning I look good, sir. So yeah, I like to get on out of here. You know, I like to go hug my mom. Is that okay with you? So I'm gonna go ahead and get on up. Yeah, you know what I mean? Diddy trying to get out of here today. He looking at the judge like, Judge, make that decision, man. Rule that 29. We shall see, though. We shall see. I don't think anything's going to happen. I think we got the charging tomorrow. The charging conference. We'll come up with the verdict sheets amongst ourselves. We'll come to an agreement. We'll relay it to the jurors, give them their instruction Thursday at the halfway point. So they are on a break. So I don't know if the judge is going to have this done by the end of this break, but the judge said he'll reserve his decision on the motion. So basically saying he's going to, he's just waiting. He's going to look at it and weigh his legal, I guess, boundaries of what he can and can't do on it. You know, he might go in the back and consult with another judge, but get on the phone like, hey man, is it all right? Can I do this? Can I not do that? So we'll see. I don't know if it has to be a full acquittal, or can the judge like throw away certain parts? Okay, so a Rule 29 motion for the judgment of acquittal does not always have to result in a full acquittal. With a Rule 29 motion can lead to a judgment of acquittal. It can also result in other outcomes, including the court reserving its decision or conditionally ruling on a new trial motion. Rule 29 procedure. However, the court can reserve its decision. So that's what the judge did here, the reserve on the decision. Additionally, the court can conditionally rule on a motion for a new trial, potentially setting aside a guilty verdict and ordering a new trial rather than entering a full acquittal. Oh, so the judge can say, you know what? Fuck it, a whole new trial. But what I was trying to see is, could they drop certain charges? Because then you got the 29C. So if this one doesn't work, after they get a verdict, he has 14 days to file another Rule 29C. So you get, I think you get 3 of them. You get the one at the beginning, the one after the prosecution rests, and then one after the verdict. Confirms decision not to testify. The judge is conducting the allocation of Diddy. The judge asked how he's feeling. He said, I'm doing great. I've been wanting to tell you thank you. You're doing an excellent job. The judge chuckling said, thank you. I appreciate that, Playboy. The judge asked Diddy if he understood he had the right not to testify, and no one can draw any interference if he doesn't, Your Honor. Yes, I do, Diddy responded. The judge asked if he discussed with his lawyers whether or not he should testify. Yes, thoroughly. The judge asked if his decision to testify in this case was not to testify. That's my decision. Solely my decision. The judge asked him if he understood that his decision to make. He said, yes, my decision. The parties are taking a 15-minute break. Afterward, the defense will present its brief case before adjourning for the day. I thought they just presented their case. What are they about to present? Man, we don't need to be presenting nothing else. We need to be presenting the end of the day. Jeez Louise. Yeah, we got 7 weeks in. We got 5. Yeah, we about to hit 5 hours. They got a 15-minute break. So whatever y'all got, man, we got some free time. I don't know if the judge is going to make a decision today or if he's going to make it in the morning. But yeah, I was thinking, well, I was wondering if Rule 29 would be, like, say it's 5 counts, maybe they can knock off an acquittal for like maybe 2 of them. But I think it has to either be a full acquittal or a retrial.
To see, make sure they knowing it's me. Drop that D. Can't believe that I am C.
Don't worry if I write rhymes. I write checks. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now because it's bad boy for life. Oh, man. Yeah, we ain't getting... Oh, well, let me go see what YouTube got. Law and crime. Got Diddy up next.
To take on the worst of Washington, we need the best of the best.
Oh, it's about to be election day in New York. That's why I was about to say, why all this damn election shit coming up? But it is election day in New York. New York, big city of dreams. And every day in New York ain't always what it seems. I'm trying to find us some audio so we can just get a little understanding of what the heck is going on here. Let me see something. This is a little further back, but
of a lot of digital evidence in this case. And under cross-examination, what the defense seems to be suggesting is, hey, jury, these charts that this agent has presented to you are incomplete. It doesn't provide all of the context. There are a number of messages from alleged victim Jane in this case where she's explaining how sexually excited she is. Is this the standard sex trafficking victim, as the prosecution would have you believe? She talks about how much she loves Sean Combs. There are messages where she's trying to coordinate and set up these sexual episodes.
did I turn off the comments last week? 16B people had information compromised. No, I ain't turn off no comments. Comments are still on.
That are at the center of this criminal case. And I will tell you, a lot of the messages also try to hit upon the idea, is this really racketeering? Is this a criminal enterprise? Because there are a number of messages where arguably Sean Combs is trying to set up these hotel nights or these sexual episodes and not have his staff know. So if the prosecution is saying the staff was an integral part of this, and they were setting up all of these events, and they were facilitating these episodes of sex trafficking, why was he not including them in the loop? Why was he trying not to have them be aware of it? It doesn't fit into a neat, concrete case of sex trafficking and racketeering. So there's a lot to break down here. We're going to take more of your questions. I want to bring on my all-star panel. So not only are we going to be taking your questions, I'm also going to be breaking down what's happening in court in real time. There's no cameras in the courtroom. There's no audio equipment in the courtroom. But we do have live reporting, and we'll break it down for you in real time. I'm joined right now by trial attorney Afi Patterson and also criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, and partner of Zealous Advocates, Jeremy Eldridge. It's great to have you. Oh, look, and we also have with us Melba Pearson, civil rights and criminal law attorney, former prosecutor. Melba, I know they were trying to get you up. I'm so happy to see you. Okay, it's great to have you all here. Melba, I'll start with you. Am I right? Am I right that these messages that the defense is picking out is not only to say to the jury, hey, these charts are unreliable, doesn't include full context, but is this really racketeering? Is this really a criminal enterprise that Sean Combs used all of his associates and his businesses to carry out episodes of sex trafficking? Why was he keeping them in the dark?
Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. And I take a different tact when it comes to the text messages. I think that the text messages that show the deep involvement of Christina Courtroom, the chief of staff for Diddy, are going to be the key aspects that the prosecution should be focusing on, especially when they get to closing arguments. Because she clearly, as chief of staff, she was not his personal assistant, like not tied in some way, shape, or form to Bad Boy Productions or Bad Boy Enterprises. No, she was an integral part of the entire corporation. So with her being the leader in terms of booking the flights for the sex workers, making sure that Diddy had snacks and IVs and all of these things for the freak off / hotel nights, that's going to be the avenue to show that he was involved in racketeering, more so than whether or not a random, and I don't mean that in a negative way, but like a random administrative assistant who may have purchased drugs for Diddy, they may not have known necessarily what was going on in the freak-offs, even though, again, many of them did get on the stand and say that they were aware and that they had to play some role in making sure the room was ready, etc.
I'm going to read some updates from court. By the way, it may get a little graphic, so when you see these messages between Jane, alleged victim 2 in this case, and the purported sex workers or Combs, they're sexually explicit, so I'll do my best to kind of like work through the gray area of that. So this agent's being cross-examined by Tenny Garagos, one of Sean Combs' defense attorneys, and Garagos says, let's just quickly look at, this is just Jane and Combs. The agent says, correct. Line 913, September 30th, Jane writes, I love you, baby. Have a great show. This, I won't repeat here, there's no location entries until February 8th, 2024. That's, again, what complicates the case if she is a victim of sex trafficking or not. So let me go to you now, Jeremy. We have a question. Okay, this is from Denise Lopez. If they prove RICO, so racketeering conspiracy, and the government seizes his assets, what happens to the lawsuits that have been filed? So he's been facing, I don't know, upwards of 25, 30 lawsuits since all of this began in 2023. What happens?
Well, first of all, the prosecution is going to take priority over civil cases. And that's why civil cases often are told or are held in abeyance up until a prosecution is finalized. Now, in certain situations, and this is more common in economic crimes, if we think that victims are going to receive money, for instance, the prosecution of Bernie Madoff, victims can be made whole through that prosecution. Here, where a lot of the individuals who are suing him are not necessarily a party, a witness, or someone that is looking to be compensated as a result of their testimony in this case, then it's unlikely, if the government decides to seize all of his assets, that he may end up having money to pay any potential civil cases. So the question then becomes, for the attorneys representing those victims, is there a purpose in proceeding? Will Diddy go into bankruptcy? Will a different federal court end up having some decision-making authority in how those assets are distributed if he ends up having paper judgments against him? But once again, we call them paper judgments because even if these victims go into court, even if they end up getting some money in the end, those paper judgments have to be enforced. There have to be money to pay them. And so like you said, if the prosecution ends up taking a large amount of his money or his assets, there may not be money left for anyone else.
And I think the bottom line of this is, whatever the conclusion of this case should be by the end of the week, probably not likely the end of the week, but even by next week before the July 4th holiday, the story doesn't end there. There is a lot more that is going to be coming forward because of all.
So the feds is coming for all of that money, Diddy. The jury's back from a short break. We're right on time. So anybody suing Diddy, you're probably not going to get that 20 million, 30 million. It look like the feds are trying to take everything. You might get a lucky $100,000 here, you might be able to get the like the residuals off of old songs or some shit.
Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press. It's not midday. It's nearly the end of day 29 of the U.S. versus Sean Combs case, June 24th. And what's happened today is there was an extremely longer than expected, let's put it that way. I don't want to cross-examination of the Agent Cerciello by Miss Garagos. I have to say it sort of petered out from my point of view. But then the Rule 29 motion by Combs' lawyer, Alexander Shapiro, I've said before, I'm a fan. She's representing Sam Bankman-Fried. In any case, they pretty much laid out what will be their arguments at closing, attacking every count. And again, I've seen a lot of people say it's, they turned away. Even some people thought it's uninteresting. I think it actually is. This is the beginning of the end here. Her take on it, and I have a few notes here. At least one of the statutes of she's saying is unconstitutional. This is not going to cut ice either with, I believe, Judge Subramanian or with the jury, but it'll be raised on appeal. This has to do with intimidation and force, but she made arguments about forced labor, saying that this statute was basically enacted to enforce the 13th Amendment after slavery. It's used in cases of, immigrant domestic workers forced to work because their passport is taken. She was pretty, I think you could say she was dismissive in the sense that she said, not dismissive, she said these are affluent individuals. The complaint is about not going on a yacht, not going on a trip to Turks and Caicos. She made a kind of a procedural point, which I'm not sure who's going to hear it, even on appeal. But she said it's significant that in 3 superseding indictments, they only ended up with this fraud theory as to Jane once it became clear to them that Jane was alleging violence in the house, that incident with the broken doors that are still broken. She also said that the escort in that case there was no showing that they came from out of state. These are the kind of like little landmines that are dropped that come up on appeal. The thing is that unless that's the only thing he were to be convicted on, even getting that one knocked off later, it sure would be interesting. I'm doing this in front of the now empty MCC jail, but certainly it keeps people active if they're in jail for a long time to have some appeals going and to get a couple of wins. But there's 5 charges here. Now, I guess in what people would say is the most newsy element of the day, Judge Subramanian said, "Mr. Combs, do you understand how are you feeling today?" And he said, "I'm feeling fine. You're doing a great job, Judge." Maybe that he thinks it's going to get Subramanian to rule in different ways going forward. Anyway, he was certainly upbeat in that. Then he was asked whether it was his decision and his alone to not testify. He said, "Mine alone." Then he added, "but with my lawyers." They've now taken a break for the defense case, which I think is going to be extremely short. It seems like it's just going to be getting some exhibits in. And then that's it. There'll be a charge conference tomorrow, Wednesday, and closing arguments on Thursday, which I think on the defense side, at least, are going to be largely what Alexander Shapiro said in a legalistic fashion, but made in a fashion tailored to the jury, more based on the facts than on the law. In any event, Inner City Press, we're all over it. The week 6 book out, week 7 book is in preparation. There's a lot of material from today. To be continued.
All right. They're back. The judge is entering. The jury's there. The defense. Diddy's lawyer. We enter into evidence and stipulation about the devices provided by the government by Cassie, McLeod, DX 1402. Can you highlight row 5? Public screen is not on. What up, JT? Yeah, I mean, it depends on how much. It depends on how much the Feds sees. So if the Feds come through and take everything, then I mean, if you suing Diddy for some money, he ain't gonna have no money. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess they could take everything, but any music, publishing, or masters like that, I don't know if they can seize that. But I mean, I guess they like if they let's say they win $10 million, whatever money comes in each month, it'll come straight to them. But yeah, I guess if you suing Diddy and if he loses this, then you're pretty much not getting anything. I know Little Rod was his. Yeah, Little Rod was suing for $100 million. Now, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to go as high as possible and then work your way down. 100 million, I'll settle for 20. I'll settle for 15. But yeah, you got to ask for 100. But he's not getting no 100. He wasn't going to get 100 even if Diddy had the money. So yeah, if they seize everything, then it's over with. Yeah. All right. Diddy ain't testifying. The defense is about to just be entering in all these exhibits. I guess it's in order now. Hold on. They're back. Yeah, here we go. Highlight local use. I'm the luckiest woman in the world. I'll get all the pictures together this week. So many good ones. Meanwhile, Diddy's seated between Westmoreland and Brian Steele hands Westmoreland a pad. Diddy's lawyer, local user. I owe you a good night. If you want me to call someone, I need to treat my pop better. I promise I will be better if you don't leave. If I don't, you can leave me, but that won't happen. So I guess they're talking about Cassie now. It's crazy she was calling this nigga Pop. You got to either be, I don't know, man. It's hard to tell because, you don't want to make fun of anybody. But at the same time, like, you got to either be fucked up in the head or, like, let me not say you got to be fucked up in the head because we know that Diddy was beating her. So, yeah, you really got to be in fear for yourself. Yeah, we know. We all say, oh, you can just leave. But everybody ain't built like that. Everyone doesn't have that mental capacity or that mental toughness that they can just get up and leave something. It's always something that's keeping you there. Now, we all know if some went sideways for us, then we'd probably get up and leave it. But everybody ain't built like that. Some people, you put your hands on them. Hell, we watch. Even like when we watched Tina Turner, we seen big wheels keep on turning. We seen how long she endured all of that, and it took her a while to get away from it. But eventually they leave. Hopefully they do it before something tragic happens. But it's just the way it is, man. Like, if you ain't got nothing, what you gonna leave to? You can't leave nothing for nothing. You see what I'm saying? So some people, they get stuck in it. Like, this is what I got. This is what I got to do to survive. And most of these, like, Jane Doe at least. Jane Doe was a bum. I gotta say that, but she was a bum. She wasn't making no money on her own. She was living off of child support. Like, get a job. But we aren't here for the decisions people make. We're here for the crimes that are committed by certain people. Asking him how he feels. Should do it for Pop Pop. Local user Cassie, I love you and thank you for always trying with me. I will. What? Hold on. Cassie says, I love you and thank you for always trying with me. I will be a woman, not a child. I'm leaving that in 2012. Now pull up 1402 row 66, February 14 to 16, 2017, DX 1417. God damn, that's a lot. A form. No, A. Oh, my bad. A. From Violet to Cassandra. Teamwork makes the dream work. Diddy writes, you think you can freak off without getting high? Diddy writes, you think you can freak off without getting high? Cassie says, yes, smiley face. Now 1136R. Blow up the first couple bubbles. Cassie writes, send me a pic. '86. So she's a year younger than me, a year and 4 days younger than me. So what, 2012? She's what, 26 at that time?
All of the civil suit.
So how would that victim act? Do we know?
They all agree.
Well, I think there's going to be a disagreement as to the RICO versus the Mann Act charges. I think the state has a much easier road on some of these lower level charges where there's not as a debate as to the facts. We know there were male escorts. We know they crossed state lines. We know they were engaged in sexual acts. That's going to be a much easier case for the defense to beat. So the juror's going to have an easier time with that one. As to whether they have to agree, of course they do. They have to agree unanimously in order to come to a verdict. There are things called partial verdicts. That is in the discretion of the court. If the court wanted to take a partial verdict, those are very dicey when the courts do take them because they generate issues for appeal. Where I think that we probably have a big issue is the idea that I could see the jury arguing over that RICO, asking a lot of the same questions you're asking today. Where is the meeting of the minds with this other individual? Who are the other co-conspirators? If they're not charged here, then is there really this RICO? Those questions may be a little bit more difficult in that back room when they're deciding it. And the defense has done a decent job cross-examining a lot of the witnesses in showing that there were very real credibility issues that are not going to be able to be cleaned up in light of their text messages, when their text messages completely flew in the face of what they said in court. But on those Mann Act charges, they're not going to be able to show those same issues of credibility. So we need unanimity. We need that unanimous, all 12 guilty or not guilty. but I think we may see a fight on the actual charges and their ability to come to a conclusion on all three of them.
I think that this is going to be a long deliberation process. We had a poll up the other day. How long do people think it's going to last? Whether it's only going to take a few hours, same day. The majority of people, and I agreed, think it's going to take 2+ days. I agree. I think this is
like
such
3
a
days.
complicated case. It may take them hours to even get through the jury instructions and understand the law before they even get into actually deliberating back and forth. We got an update from court. Sean Combs' defense attorney says, again, questioning this agent from Homeland Security Investigations.
All right, so they're way behind. But yeah, I mean, that's what we were saying, like 3 days. It could go anyway. The defense begins presenting their case. Anna's starting to present case. She's now reading message between Cassie and Diddy on the record. Oh boy. Send a D pic. Miss Ventura, right? I just bought baby oil at the store because I couldn't help myself. Then I'm proud of us. We've been together for a long time, baby. Do you make me happy? I looked at my bracelet and it made me smile. Oh man, so I thought they already presented their case. When we went to break, I thought we was good to go. All right, so she, baby, I make you happy. Look at the bracelet. Yeah, man, I'm getting a little restless, man. I don't know if we're gonna be able to make it through the day. It's already 9:30, man. We didn't win over. Well, we did say we wanted them to finish today, though, so we can start everything on time. JT said, watching your incredible coverage of the trial, I believe a couple of people on that jury were found him not guilty because of the high charges. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm not here to say if he's innocent or guilty, but I think once they get read the laws, they'll probably have a better understanding of it. But I could see them not, you know what I'm saying? I could see them not, you know, finding some of them not guilty. Like I say, like the arson, I definitely wouldn't do that. I mean, I could see what they're talking about on like the conspiracy and stuff, but we do have, you know, they're talking about for the racketeering, where's the co-conspirators? They got immunity, you know. The assistant, George Caplin, he got immunity. Brendan Paul, the drug mule, he got immunity. Another assistant got immunity. Edie Garcia, the guy that took the bribe, he got immunity. So yeah, I mean, there's people that are involved in this. We didn't even hear from KK, but KK knew about everything going down because they were even texting her about it. But I mean, I could see that, and they wouldn't be wrong. They definitely won't be wrong. And, you know, I could argue from that standpoint too, as far as the defense goes. But, you know, I always like to go against the grain anyway. So I can definitely argue on behalf of the defense if I was in there and I was like, say we was getting a decent amount of per diem per day, then yeah, I'd be arguing against it just to see what it do. October 24, in April and May of 25, Don Richard met with law enforcement. The notes do not reflect Mr. Combs telling her where he comes from. The notes do not reflect Mr. Combs telling her where he comes from. People go missing. As to Hayes, he stated that he began to have feelings for Cassie. As to Capricorn Clark, notes from the first 11 of her 13 interviews, the law enforcement in AUSA did not mention the call made near Scott Medisky's car in LA. This kid Cudi's house. So the defense is laying it down. Whoever this Anna lady is, Anna Estavo, she doing her thing. She should have been up here instead of Tina. Diddy and Cassie discussed freak-offs and drugs during the 2017 text. Defense attorney Anna read part of the text conversation between Cassie and Diddy from March of 2017. You think you can freak off without getting high? LOL, Diddy wrote. She said, yeah, I just have to be at my level and what is good for me, Cassie responded. You read the part of an explicit text conversation from April 2017. Diddy asked Cassie what she was doing. Be your little freak, Cassie wrote back. All right. We getting somewhere now. The nitty gritty. One minute ago. The first of Mia's interviews do not indicate that Diddy initiated X with Mia. She didn't initially say that Diddy told her I could kill you at a photo shoot. 3228 was not admitted. It was 3288. We may have more. The defense rests. All right, here we go. The government does not intend to present a rebuttal case. Jurors, you do not need to come in tomorrow. You'll come in Thursday. So this is it, guys. This is it. No rebuttal. We'll wait and see what the judge got to say. All right. So they don't have to come in tomorrow. I guess the judge is just going he rests. The judge told the jury to be off tomorrow, return Thursday morning. The jury's been dismissed. So I guess the judge is about to tell them, I'm gonna think about it tonight and I'll come in tomorrow. I'm telling you, I think KK, I don't know, man. This is just me and my theory. I think KK been working with the feds and they don't want to reveal that so she can go on and work with someone else to make it seem like, oh, KK gonna hold it down. No matter what goes on, KK holds it down. You know what I mean? So then more goofies to hire her ass. They need to exile her out of the music business. All she was an assistant, and all she did was buy drugs. All rise, file out. Have the parties discussed logistics for Thursday? We should go to 5 p.m. both Thursday and Friday. Combs agreed. His lawyer agreed. Mark agreed. Will I have the charges back? May we have a moment? Yes. Let me withdraw a non-existent exhibit so no one tries to find it one day. We have put a demonstrator 1512 to be unsealed. Judge, this will be unsealed. So I guess there's nothing going on tomorrow. I guess they're just going to be doing their charging conference, and I guess that'll be between the two of them. And they're going to start on Thursday for the closing arguments, but they're saying that they should go to 5 p.m. on both Thursday and Friday. But I thought they was only going to do 4 hours apiece. So wait, they're going to have 2 full days of closing? I mean, I guess for a case like this, over 7 weeks, you might as well give 2 full days. So it don't look like deliberation is going to start to the end of Friday. I don't know if they deliberate during the weekend. I think they go home and they come back on Monday, but yeah, so if they're going to 5 o'clock Thursday and jeez Louise, we not gonna. I'll tell you this: We not going to 5 o'clock on no Friday. I'm telling y'all right now, we not going to 5 o'clock on no Friday. We'll go 5 o'clock Thursday, but we not doing 5 o'clock on no Friday. I gotta watch Squid Games. We not gonna do that. We'll pick up on Monday when deliberation starts. But yeah, Friday we going to about 3 o'clock. I gotta be up Saturday morning. I get my hair washed. Eric said, I'll be at work. Yeah, we not going to no 5 o'clock. They told me closing arguments was gonna be Thursday, 4 and 4. They ain't tell me nothing about no damn Friday. All right, let me verify and let me get on that. It's 9:40, man. We got 5.5 hours, so that puts us at one. We had 163. All right, we got 163 hours in on the Diddy trial, man. Ain't that some shit? That's what we did. When they asked me, what did you do during your summer break? Shit, nothing. Covered the Diddy trial. All right, 3 minutes. That's fair. All right. So we do not expect the jurors will be able to begin deliberation until Monday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, that they starting to deliberate. So I'm not gonna be here on Wednesday. So Monday and Tuesday, that's all we got. That's it. That's the last time you're gonna see me covering the Diddy trial. Tuesday of next week. That's it. That's all I got. That's it. July 1st is my last day on the case. July 1st is my last day on the case. And if they ain't got no verdict by then, hey, I might have to do a live off of my cell phone, but I'm up and out. Kendrick Lamar concert July 2nd, Switzerland July 3rd, and I'll be there till the 7th. So, or no, till the 6th. So yeah. They said we do not expect the jurors will be able to begin deliberation until Monday. It's going to be a lot of argument, and then your instructions. That's fair. We'll submit the charge by 7:30 p.m. That works until 10 a.m. All right, docket it. I'm calling an audible tomorrow. It will be noon charge conference. All right, so wait. The judge said I'm calling an audible tomorrow. It will be noon charge conference. Comey, I hope we don't have to object during the defense submission. We don't think it would be appropriate for Mr. Mark to bring up current events or use U.S. resources. Mark said, fine, adjourn. All right, so we out of here. So we got Thursday, Friday, 2 full days going at it. Boom, 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 dropping straight bombs on the jury. Wait, let me not say dropping bombs because what's going on in the Middle East right now, but dropping straight facts or some bullshit. Who knows? Thursday, Friday, 2 full days. We're going to knock that out. Monday, the jurors are going to start deliberating. They're going to be in there. They're going to be going at it. We should be reaching the verdict by Friday, which is July 4th. But then July 3rd is on Thursday, and they'll be closed on the 3rd and the 4th. So they need to get it done by the 2nd, or they'll be going into week 9. I'm Mo.J. This is the Mo You Know. I'm not here to say if Diddy's innocent or guilty. I'm here to entertain you all. If he is innocent, hey, let that man walk. If he's guilty, hey, lock that man up. It don't matter to me. If the baby oil is slick, you must give a verdict. But if the baby oil ain't slick, you must acquit. So let me know what you guys think. I'm Mo.J. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Remember, you can run, but you can't hide. Remember, don't do crimes with Diddy because you might end up in a RICO or face down in a puddle of baby oil. I'm Mo.J. Thank y'all for tuning in. We got 7 weeks, 163 hours of covering the Diddy trial. I appreciate you. We're going to actually round it up to 164 because this is 540 and all the other time. So we really got 164 hours. But hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I appreciate you. Subscribe to the Mo You Know. We're on the road to 1,000 subscribers over there. I think we need about 60 more subscribers on that channel, and we'll have that thing up and running. We'll cover other cases on that channel. Squid Games will be on this one. We'll have the recaps up. I appreciate you all for sticking in there with me. It was a little boring, but I definitely appreciate y'all. Y'all know y'all been helping me grow the channel. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noon. Well, noon is what, 6 my time? All right, so yeah, we'll be on around like 6. Hopefully it's only like an hour or 2 hours. But thank y'all for tuning in. I'm out.
Thank you.